Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Hello everyone, I'm James Green, Director of the Palm Beach County Community Services Department, and I have the privilege of working alongside system partners to help oversee the county's Health and Human Services safety net. At Community Services, we invest strategically with our community partners across multiple systems, including the behavioral health system of care. We're committed to ensuring quality treatment and building supports that strengthen recovery and ensure that people have the resources they need to be successful. Today, we're going to hear an inspiring story and have a conversation about the progress our county has made, the challenges we still face, and the solutions that are shaping our future. And we're doing that with two incredible leaders who are at the heart of this work. Joining me today is State Senator Darryl Rousson, one of the leading advocates in the mental health and substance use disorder space, and Ms. Ann Berner, President and CEO of Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, which is Palm Beach County's largest funder in the behavioral health space. Senator Rousson, Ms. Berner, thank you for being here today and joining us for the show. So this is really an exciting time for me because I have such tremendous respect for the both of you here today. And one of the things that I've learned in this work is that the people who are involved in this space, that they're really passionate about it, right? There's something like beneath the surface that's driving them. And so I'm really curious to know from you, like what is your why? Talk about your reason for doing the work that you do in the behavioral health and the substance use disorder space. Take us along your journey. Let's start with you, Senator Rousson.
Well, thank you for starting with me and would outshine me if you had started with her. It's about passion. It's about lived experience. It's about giving hope, demonstrating strength and courage to others so that they can come through and enjoy the beauty of recovery after the darkness of addiction. Well, I celebrated 27 years, 5 months of clean time, and that was after going through drug treatment many times. I have experienced the beauty of recovery, reemployment, reunification with family, a journey that has taken me to the Florida Senate from the crack house. And I want to give that same type of feeling of enjoyment to others at a time when many of them feel lost in terms of trying to find their way to recovery.
But let's turn to you, Ms. Berner. What is your why?
You know, it's such a good time to be in behavioral health with the science and the evolution, the ability to treat addiction head-on, the recognition of the co-occurring and underlying mental illnesses. It's very inspiring, and I think it's a good time to make sure that we reach out to as many individuals who are struggling and let them know that there is advancement, there is science that backs this up, that it's not their fault. And that there's opportunities for them to lead a productive, healthy life. And so my passion is really making sure we reach everyone who's in the deepest despair, families that may have given up on loved ones, that it's time to reach out again and give us another opportunity to help find a way forward and help pave that path to a productive life. And listening to Senator Rousson's story, and I've listened to it a number of times, and every single time I am so inspired, and it makes me feel like I'm in the right place at the right time, because I want to carry his message forward, and I want to be able to bring that kind of passion to our services and help lead the way with lived experience and with a whole new philosophy of empowering the individual to help define their own recovery.
Yeah.
So it is just a good time to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I am not alone in my journey. There were family members and others who helped me along the way. And there are many of us who are in recovery. Some talk about it openly, others keep it within themselves. But I talk about it openly because I want to give hope to other people.
Senator Rousson, you talked about some legislation that passed in 2022. I'm really curious to know, you've had quite an accomplished career. What would you consider like the most, the proudest, the most, the thing that you're most proud of throughout your career as a legislator?
Well, it has to be Senate Bill 1620. I serve on a statewide commission with Ms. Berner that is dedicated towards substance use disorder and mental health, finding ways to improve access to care, the quality of care, and post-treatment support for recovery. And we passed a bill that took some of the recommendations of this commission and made them law.
Oh, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. What about you, Ms. Berner? What would you consider the thing that you're most proud of?
The inclusion of medication-assisted treatment has only been here in Florida for probably about the last 7 or 8 years, whereas across the country it's much longer. And so we faced a lot of stigma about individuals believing that they were just substituting one addiction for another, when in fact it's based on the brain science. And so I think helping reverse that stigma, making the gold standard for treatment of any disease has to be a defining moment in someone's profession, where we're able to make changes in attitudes and bring about life-saving treatment. Because you can't help somebody if they're dead, right? That's, I mean, obviously, but to make that connection between having available medication that helps address cravings, helps address the physical nature of addiction, has really been profound. And I think it's also then brought about an understanding that the individual needs to have a say in their treatment. I think for a long time it was very professionally driven. So it was always listen to me, follow my way, and now I think we're actually seeing a lot more informal support. So building up the family, building up other social aspects of an individual, and so being able to put those things in play has really, I think, made a difference. Along with then blending funding associated with mental health and substance use, because they kind of go hand in glove.
Absolutely.
And so I think we've been very successful at least making a significant movement in that direction.
Absolutely. And I recall the challenges that came with trying to get MAT implemented
Absolutely.
here in the county. What do you think were some of the things that allowed us to remove those barriers and push forward? If you can think back some years ago, were there key things that happened that you believe contributed to us being able to really utilize MAT in a more comprehensive way?
You know, I think the basics started with Narcan, right, which is an important tool. So if somebody overdoses, having that readily available, I think has helped show that we can have specific public health strategies. We can make it widely available, and it's not a support, right? So when it was first released to the public, it was seen as almost a support. Like, well, if you're going to help them reverse an overdose, you're really just encouraging them, which was a really antiquated way of thinking, right? They have to be present with us to be able to move forward. So I think the Narcan and the acceptance of Narcan and the success stories, and then seeing individuals who go on to conquer their addiction has really has helped reinforce that attitude and that perspective, and so we keep building on successes. I think that's been kind of the cornerstone.
Absolutely. And you've seen the evolution as well in introduce medically assisted treatment. From your perspective, within the state legislature, how was that accepted, and was it easy to kind of get some legislation across to help push that or support from your colleagues?
It wasn't easy to do medication-assisted treatment in the legislature. It wasn't easy to do needle exchange in the legislature. People didn't understand why you're giving a needle to a drug addict, but the real reason is because it stops the spread of disease, and it gives you a chance to provide services and talk to the person about them going into treatment. I love this public service. It's personal and it's professional. And I need to thank my law firm. They support me in all that I do. Rubenstein Law, Florida's premier personal injury law firm.
Absolutely. And I'm really proud of the work that our syringe exchange program continues to do. We've helped reverse almost 250 overdoses, distributed over 700 Narcan, and have helped bridge, send people to treatment. Over 200 people have been referred to treatment. Hundreds of people tested for HIV and Hep C. Just a tremendous success in Palm Beach County, and we're proud of the work of our partners like Rebel Recovery and what they continue to do.
And it's not about the needle. It's about stopping the spread of disease. It's about getting a person's attention and having an opportunity to talk with them for treatment or other wraparound services.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We're back talking to Ms. Ann Berner, who's the president and CEO of the Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, one of the county's largest funders in this space, and of course, none other than the Senator Rulson. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. So, Palm Beach County is unique in the sense that last year we saw like a 46% decrease in the number of overdose deaths based on the medical examiner's report. And year to date, an 18% decrease in the number of overdoses from this time last year. I'm curious to know, we'll start with you, Ms. Berner. What do you think were some of the factors that contributed to this decline? And what do you see us having to do to continue the progress here in Palm Beach County?
So first off, it's still way too high.
Mm-hmm.
We are not doing enough to reach all the people that need it, and so it is time to double down because Palm Beach County can do much better.
Mm-hmm.
We need to really make sure that we're helping remove the stigma, that we're making sure, especially now with all of the fentanyl-laced potential that's really unknown. There's still a lot of space for improvement, and so that's one of the focuses that my organization will continue to look at. How can we provide a path forward so that individuals who decide they're ready to seek treatment, that we have that available to them, that they know where to go and how to be supported. So we're continuing to work with the county on programs, and so we'll be announcing a new project soon that's going to help with navigation, and I hope to come back back on and talk about that
absolutely.
soon. But there's definitely more work that needs to be done. And while that's definitely encouraging, the decrease is significant. We can't be satisfied, and we have to continue to fight for better access, engagement with all of our resources, whether it's fire rescue, whether it's law enforcement, our emergency departments, our churches. We have to be able to reach out and make sure that we've got a network of people familiar with the system that can help direct and drive people to a positive place to engage and receive their services. So, good progress,
Yeah.
but we got to do more.
Absolutely.
And some of the contribution has been because of awareness, bringing it to the attention of folks, and also reducing barriers to treatment. You know, there were many barriers. Women didn't go to treatment as often as men because they had children, and they had different things that they needed to tend to, and it stopped them from getting help. Well, now with all of the mother and children programs, mothers, pregnant women, things like that, it's reducing the stigma of going to treatment.
Absolutely, and that's really critical. And you know, we talk about fentanyl, and I think some of the statistics I saw still the leading cause of overdose deaths, around 34, 35%. But there are some other emerging drugs that are out there. Can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing with other substances that we're starting to see more of, and what are some ways that we're kind of keeping our fingers on the pulse of what's happening here in Palm Beach County? Maybe Ms. Bunny, start.
Well, I know we're looking at some pending legislation this coming session, and so Senator, do you want to talk about your proposed bill in addressing Creighton?
Well, the late, great Representative Kristen Jacobs came to me some years ago. She's no longer with us, but she was very concerned about Kratom. And we tried to get a bill passed together, but it wouldn't go anywhere because the Creighton lobbied up and fought that as an alternative to depression and things like that. We're coming back at it this year because in the ensuing years, science and medicine have shown that it's just another drug.
Interesting. And so we're hoping to get some legislation passed to address that here in the county.
Yeah, it's not filed yet,
Okay.
but we're working on it.
Yeah. And I know that many of our young people are being impacted by that. And it's certainly something that we have to keep our eyes on and be responsive to.
We're also looking at things like xylazine, which has also made a resurgence, which is generally used by veterinarians, but somehow has made it into the human population, and so ways to strategize and educate about the dire consequences of using substances that may give you a temporary high, but ultimately can cost you your life.
Yeah.
Like ketamine.
Like ketamine.
It's making a resurgence.
That's right. So I want to talk a little bit about opiate settlement funds. And I know that Palm Beach County, over the next 15 years, will receive about $120 million, and we'll be working with our system partners in a number of areas to utilize those dollars to help mitigate some of the overdose deaths and overdoses and any co-occurring disorders. But Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network also received a portion of opiate settlement funds. Can you talk a little bit about that and how those funds are being utilized and why those strategies were ones that you chose to implement?
Sure. So we've wanted to work and continue to work with the hospital emergency departments in helping do what we call a bridge program, where an individual who is brought into the emergency room, whether by fire rescue or from a family member or acquaintance, that they don't let them just leave without a warm handoff. And so we're working to make sure that when those situations happen, that a certified peer specialist is available to help them navigate and find treatment options. And so that was the first part of having our bridge program, our hospital bridge program, fully rolled out. We're also working on respite programs so that individuals who complete a treatment program but are still in a phase of recovery, that we have housing options that they can use while still recovering physically from the addiction. We're looking at a lot of peer recovery supports, so that means a lot more informal opportunities. And so we're hoping to tap into some of our grassroots organizations that really are mission focused, have their finger on the pulse of the community, and figuring out a way of how to engage them in the solution and in moving forward. And so I'm very optimistic that we're going to be able to come up with a lot more options that are more individualized, more tailored to things that make people successful because they have a say in it and there's buy-in. So we're really looking at making a much broader net available to everyone that's dealing with addiction and mental illness. And so it's important to have options, to have them tailored to the individual, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of creativity and a lot of trust that we don't have to have just traditional treatment for everyone. That there's a lot of options out there that we need to explore and make sure that we develop.
Okay. And I know that you mentioned recovery supports, and the opiate settlement funds that the county has received 90% will go towards recovery supports, and only 10% will go towards treatment, because we see and understand the importance of addressing social determinants of health, those things like housing and the wraparound supports that are needed in order to address employment issues and other issues. And so that's going to be critically important that we continue to work with the managing entity and our other partners like the healthcare district, who's moving into this space and is operating their clinic, and many other partners, nonprofit partners, and government like the school district and some municipalities, to make sure that we have a comprehensive strategy to address this issue here in Palm Beach County.
Well, most, if not all, of the counties that are getting these funds have to have an advisory council.
That's right. That's correct.
Made up of subject matter experts as well as community leaders.
That's right.
To help direct the spending of these dollars so that they can be spent more appropriately.
That is right. And we're very proud of our advisory board here in Palm Beach County. They do great work, and they're great advocates for individuals who are suffering from mental health and addiction issues. Listen, final question. We have to land this plane. What brings you joy? I'm going to start with you, Ms. Brenner.
With me, I'd like to. There's a lot of opportunities at work for joy, but I am a grandmother of 5, and when I'm not at work, I am with one of my 5 grandchildren that range from 1 to 9, and that is a big task. They are very rambunctious. I am their favorite person, and we are very active. That's basically my workout is on Saturday and Sunday, also I like to rescue pets. So
cool.
People who have passed, who still have animals that need to be cared for, taking care of dogs that maybe have some medical issues. So it helps keep me rounded and keep a balance, because it's a lot of people have a tough work-life balance.
Absolutely.
Don't they, Senator?
They do.
Yes, and so I'm fortunate to have a few distractions that bring me joy. But thank you for asking.
That is awesome. What about you, Senator? We're going to let you close. What brings you joy?
When someone comes up to me and say that a few years ago or some time ago, they heard me tell my story and it impacted them in a very positive way, and they've never forgotten it. It's about me spreading hope, demonstrating courage to get clean and living in the life of recovery.
Absolutely. And I want to leave because I know that there may be something special happening in Tampa, is that right?
Yes, there is. On September 9th, we're expecting an announcement related to the research that the University of South Florida does. And we expect that announcement from the governor and
from the Board of Trustees
of the University of South Florida. And Senator, will you tell us a little about that?
Well, the governor announced that the University of South Florida will name the new Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Research Center the Senator Darrell E. Roussan Center for Research. I hope that it will bring cutting-edge research to the whole issue of addiction and recovery.
That is phenomenal. Congratulations, and it's so well deserving. Well, listen, we're out of time, but of course, we could talk about this all day. But thank you so very much for joining us here today. It's so important that we have the information that you shared, and we learned a lot of insights in terms of how we're attacking this issue here in Palm Beach County and what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you to Community Services, because you are a great partner of ours as well.
Thank you so very much for joining us today. And I want to thank Senator Roussan and Ms. Berner again for sharing their insights, their stories, and most importantly, their leadership. Today's conversation reminded us of both the progress and the urgency in this work. We've seen the power of collaboration, and Palm Beach County has made real strides in reducing overdoses and saving lives. But we've also heard about the challenges that remain and the opportunities ahead, whether that's through policy reform, enhancing recovery supports, or new innovations like AI technology and 988. So to all of our listeners out there, thank you for tuning in. I hope you walk away encouraged, inspired to be a part of the solution. What's happening in our behavioral health system of care is not just a government issue, it's a community issue, and we all have a role to play. So I'm James Green, Director of Palm Beach County Community Services Department, and it's been my honor to host this conversation. And I look forward to continuing our work together to build a healthier, a stronger, and more compassionate Palm Beach County. Thank you, and I'll see you next time.
Always keeping your home ready and safe from a storm threat is a good idea. Windows are among the most vulnerable parts of your home during a hurricane. Protecting them is crucial for minimizing damage. Install storm shutters or impact windows. That's not an option. Have a plan to put up storm panels to protect your home windows. Clear debris from gutters, downspouts, and outside drainage. Consider installing a French drain or a sump pump if your yard tends to flood. These can help manage excess water and protect your home's foundation. Make sure your outdoor items don't become projectiles during any storm is a good idea. Have the forethought to consider placement of any yard items before a storm even comes. Keeping up with your yard maintenance should always be a part of your storm plan. If you aren't into yard work like me and have large trees or shrubs, consider hiring a professional.
Be ready. Be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
It's all of our responsibility to keep the place we live in clean and beautiful. We can all help 1 mile at a time with the Adopt a Road program. Your community group or business picks up to 3 areas you are interested in adopting. We will provide your group with training, safety equipment, and trash bags. It's as simple as picking up litter at least 4 times per year for a 2-year period. As a thank you, you will be recognized with a sign letting everyone know your group is doing their part to keep Palm Beach County beautiful. Please note we will not list logos, phone numbers, or web addresses on the sign. For-profit groups will be charged a $200 fee to help offset the cost of the program, while nonprofit groups will have this fee waived. For more information, contact the Palm Beach County Traffic Division using the information on your screen or call 561-684-4030.
Welcome to Commissioner Spotlight. I'm Todd Bunlaren, and today we are shining a light on one of Palm Beach County's newest elected members of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Joel Flores, representing District 3. Commissioner Flores made history by becoming the first Hispanic ever elected to the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners. But that's just part of his story. He's a former mayor, a veteran, a father, and a tireless advocate for the community that he represents. Come along with us as we visit a couple of spots in Commissioner Flores' district and share some of his past accomplishments of our newest elected county commissioner, and also take a look forward and discuss some of the priorities the commissioner hopes to accomplish during his term in office. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We're joined by one of our newest elected members of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Joel Flores, and here we are today at the John Prince Park Golf Learning Center, a gem right here in District 3, something that offers driving ranges, putting greens, and other amenities. Commissioner Flores, thanks for inviting us to your district to be at a really special place here.
Oh no, it's a great day, as you can see, to be out here. It's not too sunny, but welcome to District 3.
Yeah, and you know, this is a great place. Maybe it reminds you a little bit of your upbringing. You didn't grow up here in Florida, you grew up in Puerto Rico, came to Florida. Maybe share with us a little bit about that story, that transition. Does this remind you a little bit of your days in Puerto Rico?
You know, I think the weather, the day today, I think it reminds me of that feel of being back home, that tropical, the cloudiness. But, you know, my upbringing was very humbling. Lived in a household with my father, mom, and my sister. I played a lot of sports when I was young, especially baseball and basketball. And I had some great memories of Puerto Rico. I still visit often. I still have half of my family on the father's side is still over there. And it's a beautiful place to visit and to relax. So I try to take advantage of that as much as I possibly can. But my childhood was very, very humbling. As I look back, I remember all the things that I learned and the values that were instilled in me from my family. I know education at an very early on. All of my family made it a priority. Both of my parents are educators. So one was an algebra teacher, one was an elementary teacher. And to me, that has always been one of those paramount things that you must have. And it's sort of what I try to teach my children too.
And From there, I think you did one of the most honorable things that any American can do, and that is decided to serve in the military. You became a decorated veteran. You earned a Combat Action Badge, an Army Commendation Medal, an Army Achievement Medal for your distinguished service in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. Tell us a little bit about that experience and how it shaped you.
Absolutely. It's one of those times that my mom and dad ended up getting divorced, which happens to be more of a regular thing now in today's society. And my mom decided to move to Boston, and at that time I thought I wanted to be an architect. My years in high school I took drafting, and I love drawing and building things, and I like that side of the creative component of being an architect. So I ended up going to school for 2 years to architecture school in Boston, and one morning I was driving to my internship, which was with an architecture firm. And I decided that morning, they went on the radio and they said a plane just hit the World Trade Center. And at that moment, I was confused. I was like, how does a plane hit a building? I'm not quite understanding it. And then a second time, they interrupted the music and they said a second plane hit. And automatically, when that second plane hit, I knew that we were being attacked. And that was a hard day, I think, for a lot of Americans. And especially for me, it changed the course of my life. By the end of that night, I made a decision that I would join the military. I didn't really know which rank, what branch, or what I would do, but I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to protect it. I felt that if we could be attacked at home, we're vulnerable. So I wanted to make sure that I protected this great nation of ours. It had offered me so much, and I wanted to give back. So by the end of that evening, I made the decision to join the military. I spent 15 years. I love the service, the camaraderie with my fellow soldiers, and it's an experience that I don't think many people will ever experience, but I'm very proud of my time. I served in Afghanistan, I did a tour, and then after my time in Afghanistan is when I relocated my family down to Florida, and we called Palm Beach County home.
Yeah, and we're glad you did, because you really have been revolutionary down here as a barrier breaker. And as the first Hispanic elected to the Board of County Commissioners, it's something that I think was very important to our Board of County Commissioners to make sure that a district was created to allow an Hispanic the opportunity to serve a very broad and growing constituency in our community. Talk a little bit about that and what that means to you personally.
Yeah, that was a process that in 2020, after we got the census population data back, we realized that the Hispanic population was the largest growing segment of our community. And some county commissioners had contemplated the idea of creating a Hispanic majority district. And I got engaged, some of the community got engaged to create the first Hispanic, we call it the district, but it's really just a Hispanic majority district. And at that time, we just got involved, and we were able to create District 3 to become that for the community. I think the community rallied, and they were excited about the opportunity to get a Hispanic elected. And I guess through my involvement and being the mayor of the city of Green Acres, a lot of people came out and asked me if I would be willing to consider that opportunity. I didn't take it lightly. We probably campaigned for about 2 years to make this a reality, and it was not easy. But I think at the end of the day, the community was wanting a Hispanic representative, and being a Hispanic is not the qualifiers. I think it's all the experiences that I have, my education, a bachelor's, a master's, serving in the military, being a dad. I think all of those things are what makes me qualified, but coming from a Hispanic background lends me a little bit more into the lens of the community as a whole. And it's about representing everyone. So when you have more representation on the dais, I think it brings more value to the community.
And the reality is, one of the great things about District 3 is that it's an incredibly diverse district. But it also has some of the same struggles that a lot of our districts have throughout the county. Rising cost of housing, harder for a lot of families to put gas in their car, food on their table. What are the kinds of things that you think we as a county should be doing to make some of those opportunities more available for some of our constituents?
I think that's a great question, and it's something that I've been pondering since my time here in Florida, and since I decided to take on an elected officer role. District 3 is more of a residential community. We are an older part of the county. Green Acres is going to be 100 years next year. we have some challenges. We have some blighted areas. We have some outdated infrastructure. We have older plazas, and a lot of the amenities that we have tend to be older. So, but one of the things that resounds every single day is housing, housing cost, availability in the district. There's not much. There's no more work to build in District 3. I think District 3 is like 97, 98% built out. So it's very hard. So we have to look at different ways to accommodate the housing needs. I'm a big fan of redevelopment. So I think that's something that we have to consider. Transportation and the way that we move around, the traffic in District 3 is growing. What we're realizing is that most of the trips in the mornings are leaving the district. In the evening, it's coming back. That means that the jobs are outside of the district. So people go out to work every single day and then they come back. So we have to be creative about the way that we address traffic in the county. We also have to bring jobs to District 3 because that will alleviate the trips leaving the district. And I think something that I'm very passionate about, because I've seen it firsthand, is mental health. Mental health for me is our priority because I see how it impacts our community on a day-to-day, whether it's at the schools, a single mom, a homeless person, someone struggling with addiction. And I think we owe it to our community and society to want to help these individuals that are struggling with the everyday mental health component. So those are sort of the priorities of District 3. I know there's more that we're also working to accomplish, but those are the top 3 that we're focusing on right now.
And you know, before you came to the Board of County Commissioners, you're no stranger to public service. You had an opportunity to serve as mayor of the city of Green Acres. What was the deciding factor for you to decide that you would leave city government behind and take the leap to county government?
First of all, my experience at Green Acres was phenomenal. I think the people that I represented at Green Acres is very similar to District 3. And I thought that we did a great job at cleaning the city, modernizing it, making investments into the community, and really sparking economic development. And that's what we wanted to bring to District 3. So we have the district that was created for a Hispanic. At that point, I was the highest ranking Hispanic elected official, and the community really wanted me to consider running. It was a conversation I didn't take lightly. I talked to my kids. They're ultimately the decision makers, and they had veto power. So if they didn't want me to do it, I would stay in Green Acres and continue my service there. But they were all about it. My kids were older. They understood what the role of mayor meant, and that this would be a step up, and this would require more time and effort, and they bought in. But the reason that I decided to do it is because I truly, genuinely care about the community, about sparking more economic prosperity, bringing opportunities into the district. And that's the reason that I wanted to represent District 3.
Well, Commissioner, your priorities are absolutely in the right place. My kids are the decision makers in my family as well, so I understand that completely. Thank you for sharing this amazing facility with us and giving us a glimpse into John Prince Park. Stick around, we'll be right back. We're going to share a few other gems in the Commissioner's District as we head out to Green Acres and the Community Center. But before that, Commissioner Flores and I are going to take a few swings on the putting green behind me. Stick around, we'll be right back with Commissioner Joel Flores on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. Take a shot.
Palm Beach County needs your participation to remain a top recycler in the state of Florida. Cardboard rolls like the ones in paper towels, toilet paper, and gift wrapping are items we accept in our recycling program. They go into the yellow bin. Learn more at swwa.org/recycleright.
Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We have moved to the city of Green Acres, and we're here in the Community Center in their basketball gym, a real hub of youth and senior activity in this community. Commissioner Flores, thanks again for inviting us into your district here. Another incredible location to showcase.
Absolutely. I feel like this is a hidden gem.
It really is. And, you know, I want to talk about this a little bit. Before we do that, I want to just go back to your time as mayor in the city of Green Acres. I mean, this is your hub of your initial political activities and some of the groundwork that you put into this community. What are some of the accomplishments that, as you look back, that you are most proud of from your service?
You know, one of the things that I'm extremely proud of is the investment we have made into the youth and to the senior services. So we're here today at the basketball court. We did this a while back, but we're also building a new youth center right outside of this building. So we're investing in our youth and our future leaders. And what we've seen, a lot of the people that actually work here have graduated from that program. So we take tremendous pride. Plus, we are ranked top 3 from prime time in the county. And we have said, we have made a commitment that youth is a strong part of our community, and we want to focus on that. Additionally, right behind this community is what we call the original section of Green Acres. And we've made major investments into this area, making sure that they're not left behind. So one of the major things we're currently working on is connecting septic to sewer. So we have used our ARPA dollars, and we have lobbied the state of Florida to give us some funds. And we have now bridged the gap between 10th Avenue and Lake Worth. So we're looking to continue to expand that. We have about 400 homes that we want to transition from septic to sewer. And the city has made a strong commitment to this community to make sure that we provide them the same services as the rest of the community.
You know, it's interesting. I mean, you really talk on the ground level when you talk about specific homes and work on individual roads right behind where we're at in the heartbeat of Green Acres. Obviously, that transition from city work to county work, as you go higher sometimes in governments and larger governments, it expands the breadth of the issues and the geography that you have decision-making authority over. What are some of those differences as you sort of compare the two now being on the Board of County Commissioners? So
to me, it's very similar because you're still working locally for the people, and the impact and the changes that you vote on and that you make, you actually get to see. Whereas maybe if you come from the state level, you don't actually see the money that's coming down for all your constituents. But here you're working for the people and for the community that you represent. So I love that aspect. Now, Palm Beach County, it's much bigger in scale. It's a much broader spectrum, and we represent many different communities. Where in Green Acres, my community was primarily Hispanic residential workforce. Here, we're representing everybody at the county level. We have 1.5 million individuals that we have to make sure that we do right by, and the level of work it's much more. So. It's similar, but yeah, it's in scale is a lot more time that needs to be invested into District 3.
We talked a little bit about this gym, and really this actually was a collaboration, the facility and the complex that we're in between the City of Green Acres and Palm Beach County. You know, that partnership is one that I think as a county we always want to continue to develop with our municipalities. What can you talk about in terms of this facility, that partnership between Green Acres and the county, and how you project that forward as a city official in looking at creating additional partnerships between city government and county government to get things done?
So to me, that's one of the things that I want to bring to the commission, is making sure that that transition between municipalities and county is seamless, and that we can continue to collaborate and enhance the quality of life for our constituents. This particular gym means a lot to me, not only because we provide some senior services in the mornings with hot meals and a place that they can come and share every single day, but also this court is a place where the youth can come and stay off the streets. It's a safe place that they can come and spend time in. And I, to this day, still coach. I still coach basketball here every fall, and it's something that I'm extremely proud of. I make sure that I save a little bit of my time to be able to dedicate and give back to the youth. It also allows me to understand what are some of their issues, what are they struggling with, what are some of that pressure that they're feeling. I graduated high school 25 years ago, so to me, it's been a while, but I still want to be able to understand what some of their needs are in their community so that we set them up for success.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about just the programs that you talked about in a minute of what we do here, what are some of those other programs that are happening in the county that you really want to connect some of your constituents with?
You know, the county offers great resources and services throughout the county. I'm extremely proud of the library system that we have. It gives people an opportunity to go and not only be part of the community, to check out a book, but library systems have completely changed. It's not what it used to be that you go and take out a book. Now you can take out a movie, you can do research, you can do, and if for some reason they don't have what you need, they'll get it to you within 24 hours. So the library system is something that I'm extremely proud of. There's many youth services that are offered throughout the county level, and also the senior center that's right on Lake Worth. To me, that's a hidden gem. And on top of that, we've made a commitment to help those that are vulnerable, that don't have a home, and we have the Homeless Resource Center too, that we provide in this county. But there are many services that the county provides that we in District 3 are trying to push out so that most of our people don't really know about it, that they get to learn about these programs.
You know, when you mention libraries, my mind automatically goes to education and our school system. You mentioned in the beginning segment, both of your parents were educators. What are some of the things that you think we can do more in terms of a county in supporting education initiatives for our youth in our community?
So to me, education is paramount. Whether a child goes to college or a trade, I think we all need to be educated, and we need to invest in our children to make sure that they are able to be successful in life. One of the things that we in District 3 have is that our schools are C's and B's. One of the things I want to focus on is on helping the school district outside of the school to make sure that our parents understand that education doesn't just happen in the classroom, that it also happens outside, and that we have services that our youth can go to after school. What I have in my district is an overemployment issue. Mm-hmm. So most of my families end up working 2 or 3 different jobs to be able to afford the quality of life that they want for their children. But what we don't have is time to be able to dedicate to them to make sure that their homework is done, that if they need extra help, that they get that extra help that they need. So in Green Acres, we made a commitment here to make sure that we have a youth program that kids can come to after school. So that's some of the things that I want to continue to enhance in our district, give them an opportunity to go somewhere after school to continue that learning. So those are some of the things that I think the community and the county can partner to continue to enhance education in our community.
Obviously, your priorities are very grounded in your upbringing, the influence that your parents had on your life, and definitely shows it early on in the work that you're doing in your district and in the community. Stick around. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. We're going to come right back here to the city of Green Acres, chat a little bit more about some of the future vision that Commissioner Flores has for his communities and also for Palm Beach County. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight.
Lithium batteries that are disposed of irresponsibly are a fire hazard. These batteries are found in common products like talking greeting cards and medical equipment. Do your part and a fire won't start. For disposal locations, visit swa.org/LIB.
Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We continue our discussion in the city of Green Acres with County Commissioner Joel Flores. Commissioner Flores, we talked a little bit on the first segment about the importance of being the first elected Hispanic to the Board of County Commissioners. What is it that you feel now that you need to do to ensure that the voices of some of those constituents in your district and the county are heard?
So to me, it's always, and from my time in Green Acres, I experienced this. It's keeping your ear to the ground, making sure that you understand what the community is feeling, what they're sensing, what their worries are. Make sure that you lend a voice to them at the county level. So actually, a couple of weeks ago, we held a town hall. I wanted to hear from the constituents what they're sensing, what they're feeling, what keeps them up at night. So to me, it's always very important to keep that line of communication open with my residents. It's the same reason that we opened an office in Palm Springs. Wanted to make sure that our people, if they need to meet with me, there's an issue, something that's going on, that we address it and we don't let things go unnoticed.
You know, it's hard to get folks involved sometimes in local government. What are some of the other things that you're trying to do to engage some of your constituents in local government and the processes?
You know, my community is very diverse and they come from many different backgrounds. And even the style of government between where they came from to here is very different. even from state to state. Some states don't have county governments. So to me, it's always important to explain the structure of our government, how we work, the quality of the work that we do, and what's our reach. So I'm always trying to go out there and educate folks, and I think that's very important. The way that I engage with them is going to the high school, constantly speaking, or if there's a group that wants me to come and speak, it's a way that I get involved with the community. I also try to make sure that in my appointments at the county, we have a diverse representation at a different board. So I've tried to get more people from District 3 involved in my appointments to make sure that they understand and that we have representation and a voice at these different levels of government.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people don't realize about the day-to-day work of elected officials, county commissioners. Maybe what are some of the things that you can share with them to give them a glimpse of the diversity of your day and really what you do?
Yeah, the majority of what I do is meet with people. Whether they have a project that's coming before us, or they have an issue that they're worried about, that's really the work. It's making sure that you represent the people that elected you to office and make sure that you're prepared for when you have items that come before you have to make a decision on. This weekend, I'll be spending most of my weekend reading a packet of agenda items, plus we're prepping for the budget. So most of my weekend will be spent hopefully at the pool with my stack of budget documents to be able to make sure that I'm prepared for the meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of work, and people don't realize this isn't a 9-to-5 job. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People have access to you no matter where you go, whether you're in the grocery store or sitting poolside with a stack of documents, for sure. You know, big picture, as you look forward and you think 5, even 10 years from now, what is something or the things that you hope to be able to look at then to say that you're most proud of accomplishing?
You know, in 10 years, I want to look back and I want to make sure that we have economic prosperity, that we have been able to inject more jobs into the economy, that we are able to bring more housing into the economy. To me, housing inventory is a must. We have a massive demand in housing, so I want to make sure that we fill that. We also want to make sure that we have places to share and to have fun, and coffee shops, ice creams, restaurants. We have some great restaurants here, but we don't have nearly enough. We want to make sure that District 3 becomes a destination that people want to come with their families and share. So to me, as I reflect back, that's what I want, economic prosperity.
You know, I've had an opportunity over the course of your career to watch you work as both a mayor, as a county commissioner. I can't help that whenever I'm in public places with you, people are drawn to you, young people, old people. As you look at particularly young people that I know you care a lot about, we've talked through this segment about that, what kind of advice would you give to a young person who looks at you and says, maybe I could do that too someday?
For me, it's always being prepared for the opportunities that may come. You don't know what opportunities, what doors will open up, but it's just always being prepared. And it goes back to my value of education, doing the right thing where people aren't looking. I think those are some of the things that were taught to me by my family, my parents, whether it was the military, but it's always about doing the right thing and being prepared. In the military, you go on a mission, you always talk about being prepared. You're mentally prepared, physically prepared, and it's the same thing in life. You have to be prepared for whatever opportunities may appear before you. I never thought I would be an elected official. Yeah. That opportunity presented itself, and I decided to take a risk and to be the voice of my community. And if I could tell our youth, is be prepared. Life is going to knock you down every once in a while, but it's about getting back up and continuing to fight and persevere.
And that sounds like maybe some good advice that somebody gave you someday that you keep with you and you keep carrying forward with you.
You know, the best advice that I got were from my mom. And at that point, I did not value her input because it's like, oh, that's just mom. But my mom always prepared me for life. She always instilled in me, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You got to be prepared. You got to get your education. And when life knocks you down, you got to get back up. Yeah.
And maybe you weren't prepared when you first became elected, but that opened your eyes to a lot of things. And now that you've been an elected official for quite some time, what is the why, the personal why that keeps you motivated every single day to do what you want to do for your constituents?
My personal why is twofold. It's my kids. want to make sure that they see a good example of the quality of a person that I am, what my values are, and that they feel proud of the work that I'm doing. And the second reason is the people. Our people deserve better, deserve a person that's going to be accountable, transparent, responsible, and that's what I bring to work every single day, making sure that I do what's right by them. And I think we have a beautiful community. I think Palm Beach County is paradise, and I want to continue to enhance that and make Palm Beach County the place to be.
I couldn't think of a better way to end our show on that note. We really appreciate, Commissioner Flores, you inviting us in to a couple of amazing places in your district. I know there's a lot more out there that your residents enjoy every day. We appreciate you sharing some of your thoughts with us and giving us a little personal, deeper dive into you and what makes you tick.
Awesome.
And thank you for joining us. We hope that some of the insights that Commissioner Flores shared with you today gives you some better understanding of what drives him as a person, as a father, as an elected official, and what some of the expectations that you might have for him as he continues to serve in District 3 in Palm Beach County. I'm Todd Von Laren. For everyone here, we'll see you next time.
Hooked on the Palm Beaches is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches and Palm Beach County, the best way to experience Florida.
Were you just on?
I was just on, yeah.
Oh!
On my little spinner.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, there's another one after me. Look at them. Woo,
Yep.
on.
Nice, dude.
There he comes up. Woo, look at that. Pretty fish.
We got a big one, boy. I don't think it gets any better than this.
I just cannot believe how many fish there are here.
This is why you come here. This is why we do what we do. Off of Palm Beach, bro. This is the kind of Jurassic Park stuff that lives out here. Woo! We did it, brother.
It blows me away the fishing opportunities that we have in and around Palm Beach County.
Some of the best game fishing that you can have in the entire world. Welcome to another episode of Hooked on the Palm Beaches. Just head out. It's early morning, probably about 7 a.m. Straight out of the inlet. We've got a nice dolphin on over here.
Hooked a nice bull dolphin and jumped off. It's part of the game. So we're going to get back on him and put James on a nice one here shortly.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice take right on the surface.
Come on in the box if you want to, Cap. Nice, bro. Yes. Came by a weed patch, hooked one fish, and then we hooked 3 more on the ballyhoos. So we got 2 fish on right now. Nice. There you go. Anytime you're dolphin fishing, you're basically sight fishing. You're looking for things. And it's funny, you said I saw 2 flying fish get up.
Right.
And they didn't scare, the boat wasn't the boat.
The boat wasn't, yeah, exactly.
It wasn't the boat, so you put us on the fish, Cap.
Well, at least they can do something for you.
You know, honestly, it's great when people are actually paying attention. They look because it make or break the day right there, you know?
Right.
Really, really good.
Oh,
James just got us beat. It's 2-0.
Not yet.
All right, let's see what we can do. Here he is. Nice and easy. There she is. Hold that. Oh, nice fish, man. Yep, beautiful, man. He was hooked on the Palm Beaches.
Well, this is one of the fastest growing fish in the ocean. These tiny guys probably only about 5, 6, 7 months old. It's amazing that they can actually start breeding at about 4 to 5 months, and they only live to about 5 years old. Mahi mahi, which is the Hawaiian word for very strong, and when you do catch a big one, well, they can give you quite a run around. The other name for it is dorado, and dorado is obviously Spanish for gold. When they come out of the water, they're beautiful green with these lovely turquoise spots on them. And then after they've been out of the water for a bit, they turn that nice golden color. hence the name Dorado. So dolphin, Dorado, mahi-mahi, call them what you want. They're excellent table fare.
Can I call them tacos?
Oh yeah.
Mahi tacos, baby. Good job, cheers.
All right.
James?
Hey, good to see you again.
Last time we were together, we caught a huge swordfish, but today we're after something different. John Bassett, who you're going to see, and they were out yesterday, 600 to 750 feet, said there was some scattered weed, maybe some blackfin tuna, maybe some mahi-mahi. So what we're going to do is really, to be honest with you, we all have a job. You're going to be looking, I know you're good at spotting birds, so we're going to look for birds, weed lines or weed patches, and see if we can't locate some fish.
And nothing better to catch a couple of mahi, put them in the boat for a little late breakfast, Cap.
That's what I'm saying. Fish
Excellent.
tacos, dude. Let's do it. One of the things that's crazy about this year is the amount of weed, the seaweed worldwide. From the Dominican Republic to Venezuela to St. Thomas to here, it's almost at times unfishable. It's great for the ecosystem, and here off the Palm Beaches, I mean, there's so much seaweed, we have to find birds. We got to look for big patches and we got to find birds. And we're going to run and gun. At times we'll have all of our rods in the water, baits in the water. And then sometimes we'll just run from patch to patch to see what we can find. But we're going to head east. Everybody's going to have a job. We're going to be looking in different directions. Sometimes looking into the sun in the morning is difficult. So you don't forget, anytime you guys are going fishing, be sure to look behind you. It's a lot easier to find something floating behind you when there's no sun or reflection. So we're going to head offshore and hopefully we'll be tight.
Well, it's that old saying, Cap. The weed is a blessing and a curse sometimes, huh?
No doubt, especially when you're the mate. So I'll let you be the mate today.
All right, I'm on it. Let's catch some fish.
A lot of times when you're around this structure, if you're trolling, sometimes when you're mahi fishing, you catch these small jacks. Anytime you catch a small jack, really what that means is there's something floating there. There's probably more fish there. Sometimes it's a submerged bucket, could be a rope. But when you see those jacks, if you get them around, make sure to look around real good. Oh, that's a nice one. There you go. Nice dolphin.
Another taco.
Woo! Now these fish, again, you can catch a 5-pounder like this, or you can catch a 50, but you can get up to 50 pounds. So we just take what we can eat. A lot of times we'll release the smaller ones so they get bigger. So right now we're about 750 feet deep underneath us. And again, it's got a light east wind, kind of nice. We're looking for birds. We're staying on the weed patch that we had. We've caught 6 or 8 nice dolphin. We jumped off a big one early. This is kind of the game. Go from one patch to another, and if you find a patch with fish, most of the time try and stay in that zone, that 750 zone. A lot of times guys have a tendency to catch a few fish and think, let me keep going east off of Palm Beach, or let me go east off of Boca and keep going. There's a reason these patches are here, and they're kind of lined up, and it's tide-based, it's current-based. So when you have an area like that where you know that's holding fish, start heading north-south. And a lot of times you're going to run into more structure, more debris. A lot of times you go a half a mile and all of a sudden there's another patch of weed or something floating, and same thing going north or south. But concentrate in that area, stay in that depth, and it'll help you out. All right, so we're going to wind this thing up. We're going to hopefully hook 1 or 2 more, but stay tuned for more to come on Hooked on the Palm Beaches. I like my tacos with hard shell, John. Hard shell.
All right, awesome.
The Gulf Stream comes closest to the United States right here in Palm Beach County. If you're looking to hit the high seas for a great day of fishing but don't have a boat, check out the affordable daily fishing excursions aboard the many drift fishing fleets. With professional crews and everything included, and over 20 species of fish to be caught, including snapper, mackerel, and cobia, you can bend a rod and come home with dinner without breaking the bank.
I'm hooked on the Palm Beaches.
A lot of times when you're doing this, to make it easy for you, especially when it's a little choppy, if you've got a sea and it's hard to find the fish again or hard to find the floating debris, we always carry floats. Sometimes we put a lead on them, like today we'll put a lead on this and throw it over so it's weighted and it stays with the object you're trying to fish to. These moments of chaos, that's why we keep coming out here. So we caught 5, 6, maybe 8 dolphin now. Just keep kind of going back to it. They got some birds showing up on the horizon. We're heading back in that direction. And again, you know, with this type of fishing, guys, don't get so caught up in going east and west off of Boca or Palm Beach. Once you find what you want, north and south is great. Keep looking north and south. We're trying to find what we fished to. There he is, right behind us. Sometimes when you hook a few fish, the other fish there will swim back to the structure, so all of a sudden the fish will be gone. A lot of times they want a moving bait. These fish wanted a moving bait, so when we came, every time we've come back by that spot, specific patch, we've gotten bit 4 times in a row by multiple fish. While we were sitting, we hooked a couple, but they would always go back. Again, you always got to take into consideration your tide. You want those fish to go back to the object because you can always go back to it. All right, deploy, boys.
Deploy.
You got about 100 yards to the object. Guys, if you're captaining your boat, you're out here, make sure your anglers know if it's 100 feet or 2 miles from you, if you know, so these guys can be ready. A lot of times with these mahis, you see them coming from the side. It's a dead giveaway. So you got about 50 yards to the structure, boys. And again, when you're going back to the structure, and you can zoom in on it here in a second because it's going to come up on your left-hand side here, don't drive through it. Stay off at a good 100 feet minimum. Those fish, they already see us, and a lot of times they'll come off the structure to you. So if you pan left and you actually look out there, you're going to see what we're fishing to. Nice patch of weed. A lot of times too, guys, if you got 2 guys with rods, make sure he's jigging the other rod. See what John's doing, he's jigging. A lot of times another dolphin will find you.
Spunky little guy. There he goes.
These fish really want a moving bait today.
It's just non-stop action all the time. Woo. We'll get him eventually. Nice fish. There we go. RJ, we're getting ready for your fish tacos.
Gosh, I may even go to the soft shell tonight.
Amazing. Let's have a look at that fish quickly, John. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, let's clean them up.
Nice fish. You can see that golden color that I was referring to earlier that gives it its name, Dorado. And just such spectacular fish, so beautiful. You know, there's actually 2 species of mahi-mahi or dolphin out there. The one is the pompano dolphin. This here is the common dolphin found in the West Atlantic all the way down into the Caribbean and South America as well. Such beautiful fish. They're found worldwide. I mean, these are pelagic, so they're gonna, anywhere there's warm water, bait, food, you're gonna find these fish. And actually one of the most sustainable fish species that you can eat. There's so many mahi in the ocean, they grow very, very quickly, and they're not endangered by any means. So if you want to eat a sustainable fish species, this is it right here.
On this week's hotspot, we're checking out DuBois Park. This is a Palm Beach County park right on the Jupiter Inlet, and this place offers some amazing recreation. When you put your line in the water, it's all those fish that Jupiter Inlet is famous for. It's those big snook, it's the big jacks. You're gonna run into some sheep's head if you're looking for dinner, snappers, of course, to keep the kids busy. And when you're done checking that out, go look at the Du Bois house. This is a pioneer home. The Du Bois were some of the first settlers here, and the house sits atop an Indian midden that is 6,000 years old. And if you need something for the kids to do, there's a snorkel lagoon as well as a little wading lagoon. So every high tide, clear water rushes in here. Get your snorkel gear as well. Go check out some of those tropicals that are cruising around the rocks right in the snorkel lagoon.
I was at the club having lunch yesterday, and the lady at the bar said, RJ, how's the fishing? But I said, we've been catching some nice mahi. She said, do they scream when they jump? I about lost my club sandwich when she said that. It's so funny because you come out here, everybody's kind of serious in the morning. They've had their coffee, they're waking up, they're kind of in a good mood, but the minute you hook a nice fish, a mahi, whatever it might be, it's funny how it changes the day and everybody's bubbly and turns people into little kids real quick. All of a sudden there's rods going this way and rods going that way, and the smiles and the laughter, man, that's what we do it for. And so really it's so exciting, especially with mahi fishing, this type of fishing. Because the fish is so beautiful itself, and it's jumping, and it's just amazing to be able to do this out here off of Palm Beach.
So anytime you see flying fish putting up out of the water and flying and there's no boat around, it's a sure sign that there's fish underneath them. And we've just spotted a whole bunch of flyers just flying out of the water, 3, 4 at a time, and it's probably fish. So we're gonna go check it out. And it's no coincidence that these flying fish are being put up right along this weed line. There's this perfect weed line running straight from east to west, and this is where the fish are going. And we've actually just got one on in the back, so there we go.
Got them on, got them on. Must have been the ones that were chasing those flying fish. See if we got any more. There was one there for sure, and we got them on.
Settle down, Sparky.
Can't help it.
Keep winding, I'll let you know when you're tired. So a little bit on the structure, on things that are floating. Over the years, especially here in Florida or the Bahamas, anytime you're fishing in late summer, getting around hurricane season, you start to see tropical storms. A lot of times you got to remember that stuff that's south of you or that's creating storms way out in the outside Bahamas, 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 days later, all of a sudden you start to see floating debris here. There's so many different items, hawser ropes, things that are thrown off ships, submerged items that we see. A lot of times you get caught up thinking you're looking for something bright, and sometimes you're looking for something that's actually black in the water. We trolled for a little while, there was nothing there. We saw 2 birds picking, went over to it, we got a gaffer on, we got a real nice one on this road. But again, if you're not looking, you're not paying attention, I don't care if you're eating a sandwich or whatever you're doing, always be looking for something, nice fish.
Oh, that's a nice fish.
Look at that fish. And just like that, we become heroes. Beautiful fish.
There's some nice dolphin there, boys. Mas tacos for sure. And what we've just seen now on this show is pretty much 3 different types of mahi fishing right there. We've been looking for birds. Lately we just found birds, got 2 fish in the boat. Prior to that we saw a weed line and we got fish in the boat from a weed line, and we've also got them on the spinner, just going around a weed line. So 3 different ways to catch mahi today, and you can never get tired of catching these fish. Incredible fish to catch, and I tell you something, we'll be eating mahi for a good couple of weeks.
Off Palm Beach County, we've caught a bunch of nice fish. James is working on a nice one here, a nice little gaffer. We call it gaffer anytime you use the gaff. But they got all things. They got slammers, they got schoolies, there's super slammers. So there's different levels. We're catching smaller dolphin today. Could very easily be bigger dolphin. A lot of times they're mixed in. But anyway, again, all those things that we talked about, always keep in mind, if you learn one thing, it's been a productive day and we never stop learning. He's got a nice fish coming in right here. Guys, another thing too, when he comes in, he's gonna back up, making it easy for me to be able to gaff this fish. Go ahead and back up nice and easy. Just like that, James.
Nice.
I'm gonna make
Beauty.
sure.
What a lovely fish. Look at the colors on that. And quite amazing. One of the most prolific fish in the ocean. A female will lay up to 1 million eggs at one time. Think of that, 800,000 to 1 million eggs. And those little babies will grow incredibly quickly in these rich, nutrient-rich waters of the Gulf Stream.
Well, we've got mahi tacos, burritos. We've got, is there anything else let's wrap this thing up.
I think we should do a couple of mahi sandwiches. What do you think?
Okay, I think this one takes about a mahi sandwich for all of us.
Oh, look at those colors. What a beauty.
Anyway, what's so beautiful?
I tell you what, RJ, it's always a pleasure fishing with you while you're struggling with that mahi there.
Yeah.
And you know, this guy, go visit his shop, RJ Boyle, and what a spectacular fish this is. We've had a great day's fishing with one of the best, RJ Boyle, Palm Beach County. Come back next week for another episode of Hooked on the Palm Beaches.
Great job, James.
This is PBC TV, your channel for county programs and services. Join us as we celebrate improvements to communities throughout Palm Beach County, including groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, new services, dedications, and more. This is PBC TV Presents.
Told that this is for the sheriff, so we got to be punctual. That you guys, that's how you run your organization. So, otherwise, as county commissioners, you know, we're notoriously late. So, all right. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody, but there's some folks I want to acknowledge. We have State Representative Tay Edmonds here with us this morning. Tay, thanks for being with us. My colleague and friend, Commissioner Marcy Woodward, and from her office, Jessica Jansen. Where's Jessica? From Commissioner Mac Bernard's office, we have Willie Miller here in the back. I see Willie back there. Assistant County Administrators Reginald Duran and Todd Von Laren, and they're out in the sun, I think. Oh, one is. And I'm Greg Weiss, and I have the honor of being Commissioner for District 2 and serving as the Mayor of Palm Beach County. Today's groundbreaking ceremony for the new Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Marine Unit building signifies a significant step forward in our commitment to community safety. This 27,000 square foot, one-story facility on 5.75 acre parcel will house PBSO's District 1 and the Crucial Marine Unit, embodying our comprehensive approach to public safety. The facility boasts amenities including a fitness room, locker and shower rooms, training room, break room, evidence room, and open workspace. With an emergency generator, we ensure operational continuity under all circumstances. It will provide 98 vehicle stalls and 22 boat and trailer parking stalls. Can I get a place here? I mean, this sounds really nice. The Marine Unit, comprised of 16 sworn officers and 7 certified pavilions, plays a pivotal role in patrolling the 48 miles of coastline that we call Palm Beach County, Lake Okeechobee, and our county waterways. They are instrumental in migrant and narcotics interdictions, collaborating closely with federal partners such as the Coast Guard, HSI, which is Homeland Security, Air Marine Operation, and the DEA. But beyond enforcing waterway laws, conducting dive operations, and participating in dignitary assignments, the Marine Unit is staffed 24/7. All members of the task force officers within HSI, all members are task force officers with HSI, possessing authority up to 12 miles offshore. So as we break ground today, we celebrate the dedication of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, especially the Marine Unit. This isn't just about constructing a building. It's about building a safer future for our community. We eagerly anticipate the completion of this facility in 2025 and the continued protection it's going to provide the residents of Palm Beach County. So with that, I'd like to ask that Captain Joel Rossi come forward, and he's got some remarks regarding this project. But before I step aside, I do want to acknowledge from our facilities operations, Isami, who is Colazo Ayala. Did I get that right? And I mean, the work that her office does to bring these ideas to fruition and making these projects a reality. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your staff. With that, Captain, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Captain Joel Rossi. I'm the Special Operations Division Commander. I'm here representing the Marine Unit and the Marine Unit Shop, and today's a great day for us. You know, for many, many years, our Marine Unit Shop had to utilize secondhand locations that had to be retrofitted so that we could properly service and maintain our boats. Our Marine Shop Supervisor, Eddie Aviles, has worked hand in hand with the county planners in designing what we believe will be a state-of-the-art facility. To get a brand new facility is amazing. So we're truly excited about that. To say we're excited is an understatement, actually. And once completed, the new shop will house, of course, our Marine Unit Supervisor, 4 technicians, and a law enforcement aide. Again, this is a great day for us, and I just want to say thank you to all the PBSO personnel, Major Van Reeth and his team, and of course all of the county personnel, Ismay and your team, for getting us to this point. Again, we are truly grateful, so thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. With that, I'd like to introduce Captain Patrick Johnson on behalf of District 1.
Wow, good morning, everybody, and keeping with the time constraints here, I'm Captain Patrick Johnson of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. First of all, let me thank the executive staff, the county commissioners, just elected officials for this groundbreaking ceremony. I want to say brief, short, and sweet. I drove by here last week. I saw the ground being plowed, and you just could not imagine the happiness I have finally been able to see. Thank you for letting that happen. We sat down many meetings, got all the intricacies worked out, and it's coming to fruition. Once again, thank you very much. And everybody here, take a hand clap for yourself. Thank you very much.
You guys get me back now. So before we go over to our groundbreaking, I want to make sure that we give special thanks, because this is not possible without so many other members of our community that are bringing this to fruition. So Kaufman Lynn Construction, Michael Kaufman, Chris Long, Derek Wolfhoff, Matt Hurley, Matt Holloway, Walter Wharton, and then Ann McNeil. I saw you here as well with MCO Constructions. Thank you for being here. Of course, the architects, Song and Associates, Jezerinac Group Structural Engineers, OCI Associates Mechanical, Electrical, and Plumbing, MEP Engineers, Ingenuity Group Civil Engineers, Urban Design Studio doing the landscape architecture, and Parker Yannette Irrigation Engineers. So it's really, we're thankful for having these great partners that will allow us to construct this amazing facility. But now the fun is ready to be had. So why don't we step over, we'll put on our helmets, shovel up some dirt, and let's get this groundbreaking breaking.
1, 2, 3, turn.
Thanks for watching PBC TV Presents. For more information on county programs and services, please visit pbcgov.com. This has been a presentation of your Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners.
Attention Palm Beach County residents. When hazards approach, will you be prepared to protect what matters most? Start with essentials. At least 5 to 7 days of non-perishable food and 1 gallon of water per person per day. Safeguard important documents like insurance policies and birth certificates in waterproof containers. Don't forget to pack your medications, cash, family photos, and comfort items for children. When communities prepare together, we stand stronger. Start your plan today at readypbc.com.
I'm Heather Sherm, and welcome to Consumer Focus. The Palm Beach County Office of Consumer Affairs protects consumers and businesses from unlawful, deceptive, and unfair trade practices. On today's program, we'll discuss holiday consumer issues and ways to protect your home and family during the holiday season. Joining me now is investigator Claudette Reifenberg from the Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs Division of Public Safety. Welcome, Claudette. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's very good to be here.
So as you know, there are so many things we as shoppers, consumers want to look out for during the holiday season, and you've got some great tips for us. So what are some of the things that are trending this season?
Well, you know, it's the busy season. Sometimes I call it the crazy season because you have shopping on your list, you have cooking and prep and visitors coming in and out. But we recently found information from the Federal Trade Commission that there are some scams that are out there now that are peaking and probably will continue to peak during the holiday season. One of those is related to online scams where you may get contacted, for example, by email or by a website that pops up when you're on screen, and it's an enticing offer. And then when it comes time to pay, make payment for whatever it is that you're going to order or purchase. They say you can pay with an iTunes card or an Amazon card, or you should send money by Western Union. And when you see that, automatically stop and ask yourself, is this normal? Because it totally is not. And what they're looking for is a way that you can make a payment and it not be tracked, and you can't get a refund, and you can't cancel the order because they've received that and they're gone. So it's something to be aware of. Quite likely you might get an email that has a link for you to follow that ends up being something where at the end that's how you're going to make your payment, and that definitely is something you want to be aware of and not follow through on that, because you have no redress in a situation like that if something should go wrong if you don't get the item that you're ordering.
So I'm curious about that as far as, so they're making a payment for the item, they're never going to receive the item. What are these people or these companies doing with those? Are they actually using those gift card numbers to pay for other things?
Well, the thing to keep in mind is that it may not be a legitimate company. You know, technology in the digital age, it is so far advanced that you may think you're on a popular website. Maybe you think you're on Amazon, or you might think that you're on Macy's or Target's website, and it's just a similar looking website. And so in actual fact, you're not making your payments to the company per se, but to a nefarious individual who just simply wants your money and wants to get away with it without a trace. And it happens a lot more frequently than you might think.
Good information. What are some other tips that you're seeing, or any new trends this season?
there are things that we see typically this time of year quite often, the identity theft. A lot of phone calls to senior citizens looking for donations or looking to get personal information like your social security number, like your bank account or credit card number, that kind of information. Also, there will be the emails that will go out and say there's been a problem with your credit card or a problem with your bank account. Respond to this email or click on this link and reconfirm your personal information, such as your mailing address, your phone number, your social security number, your password for your bank account or for your credit card. Banks and credit card companies will not typically send you an email if there is an issue. They will make a phone call, you know, and they'll give you reliable ways of verifying information where you will have no doubt that you're dealing with the responsible parties directly and not with an imposter. Some of the top scams in the state of Florida are imposter related, and those typically are looking to get your personal information, to steal your identity. So they could go out, for example, with that information, open new bank accounts, start new credit card accounts, buy property even in your name using your social security number, using your credit history. And suddenly you find that you might own property in another state, or you purchased a car, or you bought some appliances, or your electric bill is being paid at a different address from where you live. So now you're paying for two, you know, because your personal information was stolen. So imposter scams are probably some of the more popular scams that we're seeing in the state of Florida. But then there's always going to be online activities with social media becoming more and more prevalent. Everybody has a smartphone or they have a tablet that they're using. And sometimes shopping online is attractive because it's easy. So you'll find that you'll be on Facebook, for example, or Instagram, and there'll be a link to go to a website to go shop. Well, why not find that website outside of the social media platform? Because you don't know for sure if the link on the social media platform is genuine, if it's going to actually take you to the correct website. And I always recommend, why use your cell phone to make a purchase? You know, the tablet is a little bit better, but why would you want to do that? Go on a regular computer where you have protected access, better than on your tablet and on your other mobile devices. Part of the problem with using your mobile devices is Wi-Fi. When you're on your mobile device and you're at home and your Wi-Fi is secure, that's one thing. If you're at Starbucks or Target or McDonald's or any one of the number of big box stores or restaurants even that give you Wi-Fi access for free, you always need to be aware that free Wi-Fi means everything that you do on your device, on your mobile device, is available for somebody to observe or to copy or to steal. So you don't want to make a purchase using your mobile device while you're accessing free Wi-Fi. That's a very big no-no, and it is a source of a lot of grief for persons because their information does get stolen and then used repeatedly thereafter.
It's great information. It's kind of like when you mentioned don't use the emails, the banks will usually call.
They will absolutely call.
They often tell you don't click on a link in an email if you get it from your bank. And even the bank will just link you to their website. They won't take you directly to an account number or list an account number.
Right.
So it's
and in
good.
a situation like that, you know, when you're in doubt, you know, pull out your bank statement if you get a paper statement, or pull out your bank debit card because there's a phone number on there. You call that number 24/7. You call that number and say, hey, I got an email that says this, that, and the other thing. They'll be able to verify right away whether there's any questionable activity on your account, and also let you know whether they actually send you that email. And I can actually say this happened to me, where I got one of those emails, and I was about to click the link, and I thought, let me make the phone call, and I did, and sure enough, it was not from my banking institution. So it's better to double check before you go ahead and, you know, click that link.
All right, well, we're almost out of time. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about holiday scams? Anything else?
Gift cards, I think, are a big item. Gift cards are a handy way of giving to someone who is a difficult person to shop for. But gift cards, you ought to make sure where you're purchasing them from. We do recommend that you don't get them from an online auction site because there's no telling where the source, how they got to that site. You want to make sure that the packaging is not tampered with. They will have like a little strip on the back sometimes that you have to peel off before you use it. So you want to examine the packaging to make sure it hasn't been tampered with, to make sure that it's valid. You want to be aware that they don't expire. Florida actually has a law where the face value does not diminish over time. They're required to be what the face value is. But when you purchase them, after you make sure the packaging is okay, you want to ensure when you give it as a gift, you give it with a gift receipt or the purchase receipt in the event that there's any issue with it after that. And then, of course, we always recommend, whether you're shopping in person or online, you want to make sure that you keep all of your purchase information, shipping information, check terms and conditions, check if refunds are available, check what conditions are required for returns to be made. A lot of times, Black Friday, for example, or Cyber Monday, we are looking for the big ticket items like the flat screen TVs or the gaming stations. Well, the typical return policies may not apply to those purchases, especially if they're on sale. Sales may be final, so you need to verify that before you walk out of the store. Some electronics, smaller electronics, they may not allow for complete refunds. They may have restocking charges that you need to pay attention to. So all of these things, find out before you make your final purchase. You want to check that information before you do.
Well, thanks, Claudette, for joining us. It was great having you, and we'll look forward to following those tips and tricks. And
it's good to be here. And remember, we have a website with lots of tips and information that consumers can access as well.
Hello, this is Investigator Frias with Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. There's a new scam in town. QR codes are everywhere, and even though they may seem harmless, scammers are not using them to drain your wallet whenever you're looking for a parking space. Beware of the parking signs in the parking lots with QR code stickers on them. These QR code stickers are placed there by the scammers to gather your personal payment information. If you see a QR sticker on a parking sign, just walk to the parking lot kiosk to enter your payment manually. This is Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection.
Hello, my name is Investigator Young, Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. Have you ever received a text message with a link on it from someone who you do not know? Whether the text message was from the U.S. Postal Service or Amazon or Best Buy. 9 times out of 10 is most likely a scammer, and do not click on that text message link. What you want to do is, you want to call Amazon directly, U.S. Postal Service directly, or Best Buy directly to see if you have a potential issue with your account. Again, please do not click on that link, because if you do so, the scammer is going to request that you put your personal information in the link, and they're going to have your information. Again, this is Investigator Young, Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection. Have a good day.
Come in and cash in on the deals available at the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners Surplus Thrift Store, a direct sales outlet featuring government surplus property and Palm Beach International Airport lost or abandoned property. Shoppers are invited to the thrift store located at 2455 Vista Parkway in West Palm Beach, Florida. There you'll find fleet-maintained on- and off-road vehicles and equipment, industrial tools, electronics, computers, laptops, tablets, monitors, peripherals, furniture, file cabinets, office supplies, jewelry, watches, and more. Because we are a public service, everything we sell supports the local taxpayers by putting the revenues back into the local economy. To view the sales dates and to register, please go online to pbcgov.org/OFMB/thrift store. Our telephone is 561-233-2256. We'll see you there.
Hello, this is Investigator Frias with Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. If you receive any random text, messages, or emails offering you a job, well, you may have guessed it. This is a scam. How does this work? Well, one tactic involves being offered the job after a short text-based interview on an app like Telegram or Instagram before you receive a hefty check to purchase items for your job's new home office. Often, they will overpay you, asking for you to send the difference back to them. The only problem is the check they send you is fake, and it will bounce, and you'll never actually have their funds in your account. But the money you return to them is going to come out of your account, and it's your own money, and it will go to the scammer, claiming to be your new employer. Stay informed and learn how to spot these devious scams, plus what steps to take after you fall victim. Visit pbc.gov/consumer. Thank you from Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protections.
Hello, my name is Investigator Young with Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. And today I want to talk about payments that are sent by scammers. Scammers are sending citizens accidental payments through various platforms like Cash App, Venmo, etc., using stolen credit card information. Then they will ask you to send the money back to them. They may say there was a mistake. I want to tell you it was not a mistake. What you want to do is you want to notify your bank immediately and do not send any money back to that particular scammer. If you send the money back to that scammer, the money will come directly from your bank account, and once the card is reported as stolen, the accidental payment will be there no more. So again, do not send money back to the scammer. Notify your bank so you can do their investigation. Again, I'm investigating your own Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection. Thank you.
We were concerned about our community. We needed changes. We needed improvements.
A lot of people didn't believe it was possible for Sandcastle to make a turnaround. Obviously, it is possible, and it's possible for any community to make a turnaround with the help of OCR.
I don't think that we would have gotten that started and off the ground if it hadn't been for all the support, the connections that OCR has given us.
Welcome back. Well, gift cards and gift certificates are certainly convenient and an easy way to gift somebody money. But, of course, they're also very prevalent to scams as well. So we're joined again with Claudette and Derek. So, Derek, very convenient, but are gift cards all the same? Gift certificates, are they going to be the same regardless of where you get them? Or they're obviously prone to being scammed as well?
Yes. They're very convenient for as gift giving, and I personally use them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's two main types of gift cards. They're the general gift cards, where they're through Visa, MasterCard, American Express, where you can use them at restaurants and stores and other merchants as well. And then there are store gift cards, also referred to as retail gift cards, where you can only use it at a particular merchant. Now with general gift cards, they do have an expiration date. They have transaction fees as well. With store gift cards, in the Florida law in the year 2007, it states that with store gift cards, it cannot diminish in value and does not have an expiration date on those. And also with gift certificates, they also fall under the same bracket as store gift cards. They do not have an expiration date on that either.
What exact scams are associated with gift cards?
Gift cards, like anything that's ubiquitous, easily found, very convenient to obtain them, there are scams associated with them. In fact, the Federal Trade Commission say that scammers love gift cards, so much so that gift cards are the #1 tool of scammers. Over $140 million lost to gift card scams last year alone. That's a lot of money, you know. So you definitely want to be aware whenever you're going to go out and use a gift card as a gift.
What are the pitfalls that consumers should be aware of when they're buying gift cards?
Well, when you get the gift card, there's a couple things you want to look for. You want to make sure that the redemption code has not been tampered with. Most gift cards come in a pre-packaged box. Make sure the box is not tampered with or destroyed. Also, the redemption code usually comes with some type of scratch-off seal where it shows the redemption code. Make sure that's not been manipulated with or anything like that as well. It's very important that you check to make sure. Also, you want to stay away from ordering gift cards online because they could be not real cards, or they may be far as fraudulent type activity. So the best thing to do is get the gift card directly from the store, so you know that it's real. And when you get the gift card, make sure you get the receipt that you pay it, and also get the receipt for the gift card as well, so you make sure it's properly activated.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about cards, but what about certificates, the paper certificates?
Gift certificates can also be a tool for the scammers to use, much in the same way. They're wonderful. A spa weekend, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Or, one of my favorites for shoes, right? But there's some things you have to keep in mind whenever, let's say you are the recipient of a gift certificate. Probably best that you use it as soon as possible. Don't let it sit. Yeah. Sometimes the gift certificate is on a less well-known store or location, let's say. Well, a lot of small businesses, they struggle in the first few years, and some, unfortunately, they file bankruptcy or they shut down. So if you have a gift certificate from a location such as that, then you're out of luck. You can't get a refund. You can't get it, get the value back. There's nobody that's going to be able to honor that for you. Other things to keep in mind, like Derek mentioned earlier, you want to make sure that you're purchasing them from a legitimate source. There are online auction sites. Don't go there to purchase a gift card or the gift certificate. In fact, you want to ensure that you're going in person into the retail establishment, or any Walgreens, any Target, CVS, you name it. There always are there, a bank of them as you're going out. Or you go to the website of the particular store, like Macy's, DSW, Target. You want to make sure you go to the specific website for that particular retailer if you're going to get a gift certificate or a gift card. Now there are, I mentioned earlier that scammers, that's the #1 thing for them to ask for payment for, is using gift cards. And we have seen, earlier you talked about the whole Geek Squad scenario where, it's an imposter scam. And so they're looking to get you to pay a bill, for example, or correct a financial situation using a gift card. There are a lot of scams out there now. You get called, I like to call it the tyranny of the urgent, because you get a phone call or you get a text message, and clearly it's something you have to take care of right away. And so you may click through a link, or you may return a phone call or call a number that came to you within the email or the text message, and lo and behold, you have to provide personal information. You also have to answer questions that are unusual, and then they say, you can take care of this. Send me so many gift cards from Apple iTunes, GameStop, or even Target. Target is one that we're seeing quite a lot of now. The average person may lose anywhere from $500 to $5,000 on the Target gift card scam. But these are imposter scams. They're pretending to be somebody that's well known, somebody that you identify the name right away as soon as you see it or hear it, and then they're looking to get your money. So you need to be cautious. Never click through the link on the email. Definitely don't want to do that. Yes. If you have that card or you have an account with them, you hang up the phone, you pull out of your wallet the credit card or the membership card. On the back, there's always a contact phone number or a contact website, and you go to that website, you call that phone number, and you ascertain, okay, is there actually a problem with my account? Do I actually have $400 extra of purchases that I'm not aware of? You know, because I didn't make those. You know, you do that. You go directly to who the source is for that account. That way you know you're not feeding your information to a scammer.
It just seems, unfortunately, like in this day and age, we just always have to be vigilant and aware, and it just seems like there's more and more scammers, more so than usual. So.
Yeah, you do have to be on guard. One of the things that we have noticed that there is a trend. You know, seniors get tricked a lot of times, but they're not being tricked as often as millennials.
Yeah.
You know, seniors, when they get tricked by a scammer, they're losing an average of, you know, $1,000 to $2,000. But more millennials are getting caught in smaller dollar amounts, $500, $600, $700. And so you have to be vigilant, as you say, be careful. That smartphone, it has all your bank accounts and all of your retail store accounts and everything. It has everything in there, but it's also the source that scammers use to get to you.
Yep.
So you have to be careful.
Again, technology is so great, but it's also great for these hackers and scammers.
That's
so.
right.
What information does the Consumer Affairs Department have for anyone who needs to reach out?
We have abundant information dealing with mediation complaints, dealing with vehicles for hire and other services in Palm Beach County. For consumer reach us, you can call us at area code 561-712-6600. Again, 561-712-6600.
We also have a website that's loaded, chock full of consumer protection information. We have a bunch of traps and tips with different scenarios that the consumer might actually run into. That website is www.pbcgov.com/consumer. Again, www.pbcgov.com/consumer. It's right where your consumer concerns meet up with consumer protection.
We can't thank you enough for the work you do. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for all this very valuable information. And again, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank you for joining us, and stay safe and aware.
What insurance is needed? Where to look, or if I even have coverage? I'm getting stressed out. I'm going to need a snack.
There's no need to stress. Understanding your hurricane insurance coverage is important. The first thing is to find your declaration page on your insurance policy.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all...
Wrong declaration. It's all on the first page of your insurance policy. It contains all of your essential policy information, like coverage limits, deductibles, and more.
I found it! All hurricanes are created equal, and it seems they cause flooding.
Flooding is one of the biggest risks during a hurricane, and many people don't realize that standard homeowners insurance doesn't cover flood damage. You'll need a separate flood insurance policy for that. Here are some tips to make sure you're covered. Review your policy annually. Make sure you know what is and isn't covered. Understand your deductibles. Hurricane deductibles are often different from standard ones. Consider flood insurance. Even if you're not in a high-risk area, it's worth having.
And don't forget to keep an inventory of your belongings, like your snacks.
That's right, bad weather.
Be ready. Be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Hey Kevin, I have a question for you.
Sure, Mary.
I know evacuation zones are where people need to evacuate from ahead of a storm because these are areas that may be inundated by storm surge or a sudden push of water. But what is a flood zone?
Great question. Flood zones are mapped out based on how likely they are to flood during heavy rains, storm surge, or other events. Flood zones identify areas of high, moderate, or low risk of flooding
and tend to deal with things like building codes and insurance.
Okay. And the evacuation zones are designated to let you know if you're in an area that may need to evacuate in advance of a storm.
Flood zones tell me a particular location's potential risk of flooding, while evacuation zones tell me I'm in an area that may need to evacuate in advance of a storm to get out of harm's way.
An official will announce when an evacuation zone goes into effect during an emergency. Know your zone. Visit readypbc.com.
Palm Beach International Airport, every journey begins with wonder. We're home to new beginnings and milestones, where memories are made and cherished. With 35 nonstop routes and 14 airlines, convenience is always within reach. The beginning and end of your adventure is just as important to us as it is to you. So whether you're flying near or far, remember to always fly PBI.
Hello from your Palm Beach County government in downtown West Palm Beach. My name is Leilani Yin, and I have the pleasure of working for Palm Beach County in human resources and as a host for PBC TV 20. I'm thrilled to be bringing you a video series that highlights departments throughout Palm Beach County, and we'll be hearing from a variety of them. Parks and Recreation, libraries, Office of Community Revitalization, just to name a few. The goal of this series is to provide you a clear understanding of county operations by highlighting our departments and the array of services we offer you. So here we go with Know Your County. You ready? Today we're highlighting Engineering and Public Works, the team that makes our roads, bridges, traffic signals, and sidewalks safe and operating smoothly. And I'm excited to be joined by David Ricks, County Engineer and Director of Public Works. David, let's start by getting to know you a little bit better.
Sure.
Can you tell us how you got in this industry and what led you to public service?
Well, great question. I started in public service when I went to the college. I was fortunate to go to the Naval Academy, graduated a degree in system engineering, which is computer theory, computer design, and I started my Navy career in the Civil Engineer Corps, which basically you do infrastructure, roads and bridges and buildings for the United States Navy. So I did that for 22 years. And once I retired from the Navy, I wanted to stay in the public sector, and so I started working in what we call public works agencies. So I started in Dayton, Ohio as the public works director for Montgomery County, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio. From there I went to Atlanta, Georgia for Fulton County, Georgia in terms of the facilities director. Went to City of Norfolk, Virginia as the public works director. And in the last 8 years, I've been in this position as the county engineer for Palm Beach County.
For folks who may not know, can you tell us what your department, Engineering and Public Works, does generally on a day-to-day basis?
Well, in the simplest term, we manage the road infrastructure for all the county roads and county traffic signal intersections for Palm Beach County. There's about 3,600 lane miles. There's about 300 bridges. There's about 1,300 signalized intersections, 10,000 trees, and miles of stormwater infrastructure that we're responsible for.
Are there any services or resources that your department provides to residents for free? And how do people benefit without even realizing it sometimes?
Well, since we operate the roads, we don't charge, there's no toll roads or toll roads for bridges like you see on the turnpike. So everything we do is basically free to the public.
Roadwork always seems like a huge project. How do you decide which roads get replaced, which ones get repaired?
Well, we have an act that we call a monitoring program on the condition of our roads and our bridges. And based upon those monitoring, we will decide in terms of what is needed in the future. We plan 1 to 5 years out in terms of capital investment. In terms of road expansions, we look at traffic data, we look at new development data for road expansions, but also for road maintenance. We, on a regular basis, go out and basically check the conditions of our roads, and then we'll plan we call a maintenance schedule for 2 to 3 years out in the future in terms of road resurfacing and widening, and also especially maintaining our traffic signals.
Now, you're also responsible for maintaining almost 300 bridges, and in
Right.
charge of those.
Yeah.
How often are they inspected and updated or renovated?
On a regular inspection, about once a year, we actually, for the bridges, there's mandated by the state to do an annual inspection. And based upon that, then that will drive in terms of what we need to do in terms of regular repairs. But we call those large comprehensive repairs. We plan those things 5 to 10 years out in the future because it takes a while to design it and program it and all that stuff. And so it's a two level process. The day-to-day maintenance in terms of what we program for projects in the near future, 6 to 12 months, and then major upgrades that we look at. Just for example, 6th Avenue was a project that was almost 5 to 10 years in the process. And we just recently replaced that bridge with wider bike lanes, and that was done just recently opened in November this past year.
Are you seeing any trends in the type of boating traffic coming through?
No, not really. I mean, we work with the Coast Guard in terms of how we have what we call 8 bascule bridges, which is the ones that go up and down. But the timing of those openings is basically dictated by the Coast Guard, and we do that on a regular schedule. But one of the things that does affect us is looking at resiliency in terms of make sure all of our infrastructure is resilient. So for our bridges, we look at flooding patterns, some other things that so when we start designing replacement bridges, we make sure that we look at 10 to 30 or 40 year floodplain analysis to make sure that what we are going to invest in is going to handle those large scale changes in climatic change.
We've got traffic signals, and it's such a huge county that we're in, and it sounds extremely complex. How does your team keep everything running smoothly?
We have a very unique system here in Palm Beach County. Like I said earlier, we had almost 1,300 signalized intersections. Intersection is basically anywhere you come to a four-way stop or anywhere you're crossing two separate streets. So that's considered a signalized intersection. So we have 1,300 that. Of that, we handle all the ones for all the municipalities, excluding except for Town of Palm Beach and City of Boca Raton. Outside that, all the signals are run by the county, including the DOT signals. Of the 1,300, 400 are DOT signals that we're responsible for. So we do it for the Department of Transportation, for the Department of Transportation under agreement. And so all of that is managed under one, I'll say, large computerized network. And so we have tactical staff and engineering professionals that look at screens and monitor on a regular basis. So if there's a major incident, whatever, we adjust the signal timing. And then on a day-to-day, even on a weekly and nightly basis, we actually have technicians that are on call basis that will go out, especially when you have a rain event, you see signals on flash or flashing, whatever, and they get a call, and then we dispatch our team in order to address those. And a lot of times they can turn around very quickly. And so we rely on the public and also our law enforcement agencies to tell us if they see something wrong with one of our signals, and then we go out and respond accordingly.
Especially with the heavy rainstorms
Yes.
here, drainage is critical.
Yes.
What's involved in keeping our drainage systems in good shape?
So, we've been fortunate in the last 5 years that the county administration and also the Board of County Commissioners invested a lot in terms of equipment and technology, and also provided additional staffing levels. So we now have a full-fledged stormwater division and about 15 individuals, and we have almost 15 pieces of equipment, including Vector trucks and also camera trucks that goes in and look at underground structures, and then collect that data, and we'll upload into our graphic information database. But we have a routine process to go out and maintain our stormwater structures. It's a tremendous network in our major roads and also in the neighborhood system. And so we're still not completely there in terms of documenting all that infrastructure, but we have a very good team. And so this is a multi-year journey to get us where we need to go in terms of asset management.
And last for our segment
Sure.
now, when something urgent happens, like a sinkhole,
Right, yes.
or some major flooding,
Right.
how quickly can your team jump into action?
We have we call a recall road and bridge team. They're on a recall basis for any major road infrastructure, like potholes or stormwater infrastructure. And then for our signals, we have a separate dedicated team to look at our signal information. And so a lot of times it's from the public. They'll call law enforcement agency, or we have a trouble call desk, and then they notify staff to go out and make those assessments. So it's real critical to have input from our community to help us where they find out some of those challenges.
Thank you, David. That is a great foundation. When we come back, we'll talk about how Palm Beach County plans for future growth.
PBC is bridging the gap for trade job seekers wanting to work for Palm Beach County government. Discover all of the great career opportunities and benefits available working for us. Let's talk trades. Job fair events are a great way to connect. They bring eager job seekers together with PBC department professionals under one roof. Facilities, planning, zoning and building, water utilities, engineering and public works, parks and recreation, just to name a few. Representatives from these departments are available to answer questions, provide information about current career opportunities. You can apply and submit your application right there on the spot, whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out. There's a job here at the county. Let's talk trades.
Welcome back to Know Your County. I'm here with David Ricks,
Right.
Director of Palm Beach County Engineering and Public Works. We're going to switch gears a little bit now and talk about how the county is preparing for future growth and planning for it.
Awesome.
David, the county, as you know, is growing fast. How do you plan new infrastructure projects to keep up?
Very good question. So per Board of Commissioners County policy, we have a 5-year capital program. So we look 5 years into the future. So part of that process, we look at basically traffic data in terms of we do counts on a regular basis, and we anticipate traffic growth, and we look at developments that are been approved by the county commissioners, either ongoing or in the pipeline. So those two major combination of factors we use as part of our planning process, and also we get input from all the municipalities. And so before we develop the next phase of our capital plan, we send out notices to all our municipalities saying, here's our current 5-year program. Please give us input in terms of projects that are in the pipeline or projects that we should be considering. So we put it all together, and with our team, then we look at basically putting together a program, looking at the cost of actually designing a project, and then also the construction dollars to go with the project. And based upon that, that's when we ask for funding from the Board of County Commissioners for projects in that program.
You mentioned working with other municipalities. I'm
Right.
sure there's other government agencies and departments. How important is that type of collaboration?
Well, it's you're talking about road infrastructure, the transportation network. It's really a team approach, and team partners. We work with 39 municipalities, then also the major agencies, Florida Department of Transportation, because we manage all their signals, and a lot of their roads are in that network key. The Transportation Planning Agency, there's a large-scale planning agency, and they work, basically long-term planning projects, and also we work with them to get grants. So those are two major agencies that we work with. Also, we work with PalmTran. They provide a tremendous frontline service for all our citizens, getting people to and from home and work. And so we consider they're a direct partner. I mean, they do the hard work, and we're kind of like their boots on the ground. So we work very well with PalmTran in terms of what they need, and we get and they provide us input in terms of helping us plan future projects like bus stops and other things.
Sustainability, as you mentioned
Right.
earlier, is a huge topic.
Yes.
How are you making sure that these projects are environmentally sustainable?
Well, all of our major road projects, we use basically the Florida Department of Transportation in our design standards. So for like bicycle lanes, in terms of the type of bicycle lanes, we use that same standard because a lot of our roads interact with the DOT system. Then also, especially for bridges, as we're looking at building new bridges, we look at, in terms of flood level, the long-term flood projections to make sure that those projects, once we are making that investment, sustain any major climate change effect. So those are two key aspects.
Fantastic. Technology,
Uh-oh.
huge.
Good question.
In what ways is it helping you to monitor or manage infrastructure better and faster?
Majority of our signals have cameras, and so the folks in this room can actually pop up one of the locations and look what all the major intersections, what's going on. So that's real time data. And actually, when you're on, sometimes some of the TV stations actually has our camera system posted up that they're using. So that's one piece of it. But the other aspect is looking at the current the future of technology in terms of signal technology. Adaptive control systems is one of the things that we're in stages of different locations that we're using that. There's a project that the state has funded $2.7 million for the Okeechobee corridor from I-95 to Flagler Drive, about 13 signals, and that will install adaptive signal technology along that corridor. And actually that's the first phase of a 3-phase project. So we got money last year, $2.7 million. We're in the process of trying to award that contract. There's actually another grant being asked for in this 10 year's budget for about another $3 million, and then there's another phase after that gets funded for all the downtown West Palm Beach. But also DOT is installing adaptive signal technology on the B line, and part of that project they're going to do this, we call it adaptive signal technology, so it's critical. And then we have a pilot project on Hood Road, a vendor that we're testing out as we're doing on several signals along Hood Road. So we're in the beginning stages to implement some of this new technology, which is critical.
Do residents get a say in what projects do move forward, and how are you including the public in your operation?
We work with every district commissioner on the projects in their community, and so sometimes we'll host community meetings to get input on certain specific projects as we get into, we call design construction stage, and so that we provide them input in terms of any changes to the project that they think is reasonable to do that. So that's really critical. And so we have, like I said earlier, we have community meetings, coordination with our district commissioner on those key sensitive projects, and then also as part of our 5-year capital program, we actually will send out a draft of last year's program to all the municipalities, mostly the engineer types, saying, hey, here's what we're looking at, and please provide us input, and they will give us some guidance in terms of the things we should be considering.
Let's talk dollars for
Sure.
a minute.
Yeah.
How are these infrastructure projects funded, and how do you decide which ones get top priority?
We get about $35 to $40 million of gas tax every year, and that's what we use. Plus, we charge fees for builders building major projects, development in that area. So impact fees, gas tax, and also we call ad valorem through the budget process. So a combination of all three is our funding mechanism for these projects. But in terms of priority, we look at what's we call the greatest need in terms of looking at traffic. If there's depends upon traffic flows and traffic needs, that's what we'll take a look at. And we also look at the age of the infrastructure. Some, just like the 6th Avenue, we had indication that the bridge was deteriorating and needed replacement. So you look at the existing infrastructure in terms of how long it should last, and so that's one component in terms of how you would look at an existing replacement project. But future projects, you look at growth and the urgency. So, for example, like we're doing projects along North Lake, because there's some major developments. It's got Avenir, you've got West Lake, and also Arden. All that, there's a lot of traffic in the western communities. And so we've got projects in the pipeline to try to address some of that traffic. Our challenge is that we can't make the changes to the infrastructure fast enough than that they're building all these new homes. And so that's an ongoing opportunity.
Understood. Looking ahead, what
Yes.
do you think will be some of the biggest challenges for your department?
Palm Beach County is a very popular place, and so every year people are moving here on a regular basis. But it takes years to build, basically do major repairs or do major road improvements. And so we're always behind the 8 ball on that. And so trying to keep pace and balancing where we should spend those limited dollars in that fiscal year so that we have those critical areas are underway. But I would say that our challenge is to try to keep the infrastructure in pace with all the development that's coming along.
Absolutely. David, very interesting stuff. Appreciate that on this segment. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, you'll hear about some exciting innovations and what the county has in store for our infrastructure. Stay with us.
I love spending time with Junior out on the water.
I love taking a morning stroll with my sweetie.
We love building sandcastles together.
Preserve the environment you love for the people you love by recycling right. You can also help by dropping off home hazards like paint, fluorescents, electronics, and oil. Check out SWA.org for more and tell us what you love about the environment.
Welcome back to Know Your County. I'm here with David Ricks, and now we're looking ahead to see how infrastructure is evolving. Okay. Are there any projects recently completed or underway that you are especially excited about?
Well, getting into signal technology, the board approved a contract on 2 key projects. One is called Transit Signal Priority. He said, what is Transit Signal Priority? So Palmtran got a grant from the federal government to enhance the on-time delivery of process for their buses. And what it is, it will have a device on the bus and a device at the signals along that corridor. So as the bus comes to that signal, it'll give it a little more green time. So it allows the bus to stay on schedule, even a little ahead of schedule. So they're going to do on the US 1 corridor. So the contract just got approved. And also with that same technology, the vendor is also going to do vehicle preemption, which is for the fire department. And you say, what is vehicle preemption? If you go by a fire station, all of a sudden you see the red light, and all of a sudden that signal at that location, goes green, and the fire department, fire truck has priority. Well, the vehicle preemption will provide green lights all along the whole route that fire truck goes. And so you have a device in the fire truck, and then along the corridor, the signals, if they get that signal, will automatically go green for that fire truck. So one is for the our transit system, will be great because this will be the first quarter they're going to do on. They got other phases planned for future grants, and then for the fire department, they plan to implement this countywide all their fire stations. So we're just the beginning stage of that, but that's going to be really put us another level above in terms of being the best in class.
That's something the public can really get excited about.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We hear a lot about smart cities.
Yeah.
How is Palm Beach County starting to integrate smart technology into roads, signals, bridges?
Okay, well, speaking of smart technologies, we have another innovation that we're in the process on is for our bridges. And so the board provided $2 million to look at all of our 8 basketball bridges. And what we're doing, we're installing new camera technology, which we call advanced sensing component of it, so that so any vehicle, any boat, or any pedestrian, once we start that bridge operation, will sense someone inside that we call the barrier, and will alert the bridge tender to make adjustments to either stop the operations or make adjustments so we don't have any potential incidents with our any vehicles in the wrong area on the bridge, or pedestrians, or boating traffic. We had incidents a couple years ago where while the bridge was in operation, a boat was underneath that operating component, which is a dangerous situation. And so this, we've got 2 bridges. One bridge is completely done, second one's almost done, and we're going to do the other 6 bridges here by the end of the calendar year. But this is really going to be a state-of-the-art technology in terms of sensing component, helping our bridge tenders, really helping the safety of the public.
With storms and rising sea levels in mind, how are you making our infrastructure more resilient?
Well, 2 aspects. One is that with our stormwater division, when we do routine inspections, we will we have camera trucks to go with that, looking at how we'll document all that infrastructure so that we can go back and review it and then make some recommendations in terms of how we want to upgrade it or make some changes. And then the other aspect is getting the right people and the right equipment to do routine maintenance. So that's critical. But in terms of using new technology, I think our signals are probably the key part of that. Then also, looking at our road system itself, we're in the process of developing an asset management database system that gives us real-time data in terms of how we basically monitor our roads, and also giving us recommendations in terms of where we should make immediate repairs in the future, so we can forecast what kind of repairs that we need to do versus waiting until you see a pothole.
You're managing these big projects and you have a big team.
Yes.
How do you find and keep talented engineers and staff?
Well, I think that's an ongoing challenge for all, basic public agencies. One of the things that I pride our team and ourselves on, we try to have involvement on all multiple levels, all of our staff, so they're fully engaged and feel part of something big. Because I think when you work in the public sector, there's a tremendous benefit, doing something for the greater good. And it's kind of hard to explain it unless you're part of the public sector. And so we try to instill that sense of teamwork and large responsibility. We work with all the different agencies here in Palm Beach County. All of them love to work together. And so you can pick up a phone, call someone in PZB or whatever, and it's like you're part of a team, and you figure out what the problem is, you just try to figure out what it is. And so that sense of greater purpose, working for the greater good, no matter what that is, I think it's empowering. So you're not trying to put out a widget or you're trying to make a sales dollar. You're trying to help the public, and so doing that, it's one of those things that when you got it.
Right. Well, it's a great mission.
Yeah. Yes.
that you're accomplishing.
Yeah.
Are there examples also of working with private companies or entities to improve infrastructure to make it more affordable?
We have partners because a lot of these projects are done by private entities. And so we try to have outreach efforts and to tell them, hey, here are our projects, here's our program, because we want them to be our partners. And so, a lot of our technical staff go to these conferences, and so they try to provide get input from these different companies to give us some ideas, and we'll test out their products to see whether or not it works well. One, for example, we had a company that does in-road lighting where you see the lights inside the road, okay, the little lights are. And so we had this conversation with this company about 4 years ago. But I said, well, have it been certified by the state? Have you tested it out? I said, well, we're working on that. Well, come back when it's done. When he's done it. Well, now it's 4 years later. And we was at a seminar conference hosted by Commissioner Sachs. And he's already tested out on DOT roadways and different municipalities. So he's checked that box. So we had a separate conversation. And so we're going to test it out on one of our key projects. But it's something that if it works out very well, it's very low maintenance, and we can use it to be part of our tool in our toolbox.
Kind of related to that in general, though, how do you measure if a project is truly successful, and how do you track its long-term performance?
Well, on while the project is being built, we have a staff that makes sure that the project meets all of our technical requirements. We have our professional engineers, contract engineers that go out and validate major components from a structural standpoint. And then our road and bridge staff will monitor that project after it's completed, because they're kind of like our maintenance arm. And so that's our components as the project being built. We have a construction component that monitors that, and then we have a road and bridge staff that monitor it after the project's built to make sure that there's no failures or anything to go with that. So.
And finally, what is your personal vision for the future of Palm Beach County's roads, bridges, and its infrastructure?
Well, I think if you look at the evolving technology, it's moving very fast. Mm-hmm. And so my vision is that to kind of be the latest and greatest in terms of use of technology. I mean, there's the basics in terms of, you still got to do the repairs, whatever, but having that technology can be an asset of value to our citizens, so they can look online in real time and see what's going on, especially for traffic lights and some other things. And so the technology is one where it becomes something that's on people's fingertips, on their phone. And so we're not there yet, but that's my long-term vision, where that you on a device you can pick up and see how on your route to work. You can do it now to see what route to work, but be part of that component where our technology will enhance basically people's daily lives in a positive fashion.
Well, this has been an insightful look at a part of the county that we really rely on and don't always think about.
Yeah.
Thank you, David, for your time.
Thank you. This has been amazing. This is great. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us on this edition of Know Your County.
already? We gotta get going before the storm turns us into human kites.
Remember, preparedness is key. There is limited space at an emergency shelter.
A 20-foot square area is assigned to each individual.
So we'll be assigned a 40-foot area.
So the space we get is about the size of my childhood bedroom? I just hope they have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but don't count on it. We'll have to rely on good old-fashioned entertainment, like telling ghost stories or playing cards.
How about pirate stories?
You're not a pirate. Let's focus on getting our supplies ready for the shelter.
Did you bring your snacks?
Yes, and bottled water, and enough of your medication for 5 days.
Well, Eddie, it looks like we've weathered another storm together.
Be ready. Be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Hey on the Towners, I'm Frank Licari.
From an eclectic array of mouth-watering cuisine to panoramic skyline views,
We've got a ticket to a front row seat to explore a city that entertains and enlightens. So hop in, buckle up, and let's ride as we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari. Onward, sir.
This program is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
West Palm Beach is known for its rich history and cultural diversity. A lot has changed over the years. Let's meet the man who plays a pivotal role in the growth and direction of the city.
What was your mission when you came in?
I wanted the city to be a community of opportunity for all. I wanted there to be something in West Palm Beach for everyone.
You've been in service for so long. Mayor it's a big step.
Well, 8 years as a city commissioner, the mayor's seat opens up and I threw my head to the ring. I did it because I was interested in serving my community. It's always been a desire of mine. I thought I knew the city when I was a city commissioner. That's a part-time position, right? And I thought I knew what I was doing. I get over to this side of the hall, and I don't even know where the bathroom is.
Right.
So there was a lot of learning that I had to go through. Not only learning the job, the ins and outs, but learning how do you carry this mantle as mayor. The other thing that was very important to me is ensuring that as we grew as a city, that the benefits of the growth would extend to all four corners of my city. West Palm Beach has seen growth spurts before in the past. But inevitably, there were certain neighborhoods, certain communities, certain zip codes that were left out and left behind. So I felt it was incumbent upon me, particularly being the first Black strong mayor, that I didn't let that happen again on my watch. And so it's been very important to me that this growth is inclusive.
People are becoming divisive, right? And it takes us, or not me, but somebody like you to change that.
If you'd asked me 15 years ago, or told me 15 years ago that I would one day be mayor of this great city, I'd have told you you're crazy, because it wasn't on my radar. It was not anything I even imagined myself doing.
What are we going to do next? You need a campaign manager? Do you need somebody to...
But this has been a labor of love thus far, and so I'm going to continue this ride for the next 3 years. We'll see what happens.
Getting around town in a cost-efficient and environmentally friendly way is just one of the challenges the head of the Downtown Development Authority faces. Let's meet Rafael Clemente.
Your job, I would think, has gotten more involved over the past few years because the city's been growing, the programming has been growing, people visiting in record numbers. How has the city changed, in your estimation, over the last few years?
West Palm Beach, particularly the downtown area, has changed dramatically over the last, say, 15 years.
Yeah.
The Downtown Development Authority's role here has also changed dramatically. We were primarily an economic development organization, and now we've really evolved into
a community development organization. We have a tremendous neighborhood here.
Yeah.
You know, we're approaching or at 10,000 residents in downtown. So quality of life is really a key element of what we deliver as a special district that serves downtown West Palm Beach. We get our best ideas from our community.
Sure.
Whether it's the business or residential community. In many ways, our best role is enablers.
Yeah.
Right? Can we make those great ideas happen or help them happen? We want to work with local, unique, authentic stuff. So I think that authenticity is a big part of our charm and our value.
The buzzword to me is community, and the energy here is palpable now. Am I right about that a little bit?
You're right about that. I think that the difference, the special sauce in a place is people.
Yeah.
It starts to build that feel of a community, of a neighborhood, and that's what we have here.
Yeah, because you bring people, but you have to service them.
When I come to work every day as a public sector employee, that's top of mind for me. Is there's people coming here every day to make this place their home, their business, investment, and how do we stay in step?
West Palm Beach is situated along the Intracoastal Waterway, and a visit would not be complete without a trip on the water. We're climbing on board a catamaran for a bird's eye view.
I don't feel like I'm on a boat, right? I feel like I met you at a little club.
Cool little.
Yeah, it's very cool. So how did this all begin?
We've had a 50-foot catamaran for years and years and years that's been the Hakuna Matata, very busy, and we grew to where we needed more. Over the 20 years of having that boat, we figured out a lot of things that we wished we had, and if we could only do that, and if we could only do this. So we literally built this custom from ground up, every single inch of it. People are dancing every single trip.
Is that
and
right?
we do dinner cruises and we do charters.
A little floating club.
It's so much
fun. I like that. We take off from here, and where do we go? Where do you take everybody?
We go down along Palm Beach Island so people can see all the beautiful homes and estates and yachts. And then we go up around Peanut Island, Singer Island. We see some of the yachts from Rybovich and then come on back to West Palm Beach. It's a great way to see the area from a different perspective. Everybody wants to be on the water and enjoy this atmosphere, but the biggest compliment we get is how many locals come out on a regular basis and bring their visitors out because they love the experience. This is just such a destination now for so many people to come out and enjoy being on the water, being close to the water.
Yeah, it doesn't suck.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to sell this, right? And you're not just cruising, because you can snorkel right from the boat?
Yeah, we bring out big giant floats. We have a 20-person inflatable flamingo that we tie up to the back of the boat.
Wait, hold on a second. An inflatable flamingo?
We had one built,
Wow.
and it's the biggest commercial inflatable flamingo in the world.
I would imagine it would be, yeah. There's probably not a lot of people building flamingos everywhere.
Yeah, so we tie that up. We have other floats. We have snorkel gear. We just have a great time out on the water.
That's really, really cool. Maybe I'll just stay here.
Well, I've worked up an appetite, and I'm about to get a lesson in barbecue from a James Beard award-winning semifinalist at Tropical Smokehouse.
You look exactly like a guy who should be smoking meat and barbecuing in the back. How long you been doing this?
Good to hear. We're relatively new at it.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is that I was a pretty fancy fine dining chef for a lot of years.
Were you really?
Yeah.
You come from the fine dining world?
After about 2 decades of that, we shifted gears, my partner Jason and I, and we opened a barbecue joint. So
this is fascinating. What makes Tropical Barbecue different than maybe somewhere else I'd go?
So I think the important thing about Tropical is that we are Florida's craft barbecue. So our menu kind of, revolves around that core idea.
Okay.
So South Floridian flavors, techniques, and all of that kind of became this multicultural menu that we have. So we have mojo pulled pork, we have jerk turkey, we do plantains and yuca and yellow rice and black beans. We do some southern things also.
Yeah.
And of course, brisket is king.
The smell definitely speaks for itself. As soon as we came in here, I was like, whoa.
It's 500 years of fusion here in South Florida. It was just kind of the thing that I wanted to express as a chef, as far as creating a sense of place with our food.
Yeah.
Like the food kind of speaks for itself in terms of like when you see our menu, you'll see some familiar things, but you'll see some things that you wouldn't really expect in a typical barbecue joint.
you're really putting it to another level.
We've done really well just being here in the community and trying to engage and give back. And like, it's just, you know, a lot of those things are just, they're all building relationships.
Yep.
But they're just, you know, like, how can we be a useful part of people's routine? Walking into Tropical, it's like I'm walking into my home.
Of course.
You know, and it just has that kind of familiarity and comfort to it. And I'm just so happy to be able to share that with more people.
In an ever-changing downtown, Palm Beach Drama Works has been a constant, providing award-winning professional theater for almost 25 years.
Let's meet the founders of the theater who share a love for the stage and each other. The work I've always seen here is always so authentically true. And it's a commitment that if you don't love it.
Well, we have a tremendous advantage because we love each other.
Right.
And we're doing something that we love together.
Finally, she tells me.
But it makes it so much easier when you're working with someone that, you know, your vision is the same. And we have great segregation of duties, but we put our energy together.
When we first started, we were just putting on plays that we could afford and casting ourselves and casting our friends. And then when I started to push the envelope and do the kind of plays that I gravitate to, the community started coming forward and saying, keep doing it because nobody in the community is doing this.
Yeah.
But that's how we started, just by picking plays that were kind of intellectual and had relevant themes for the period. And our slogan soon became Theater to Think About.
You know, we create all the art on our stage. So we're making the costumes, we're building the sets, we're rehearsing the actors. And recently, you know, of course, we're also creating the words.
I think as a regional theater, first, you have a responsibility to develop new work. And about 10 years ago, I started the Play Lab upstairs and having an annual play festival. Just like an actor feels that charge, you do as an audience member too.
Of course.
That's exhilarating to be in the audience when you know you're, especially in a premiere play, that you're in that first audience and something that's going to continue to grow. That's just really exciting.
It is, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're very proud of being able to hire some of our local artists.
All the time.
All the time. I think about 50% a year of the artists that we employ, and we employ about 100 artists a year, you know, both on stage, off stage, you know.
Well, it's interesting because I've never been in a show here. It's really,
Uh-oh.
I
think there's a...
I don't know if anybody...
I'm just... something going on here.
Just think about it, that's all I'm saying.
Now, we're headed to a popular Sardinian-style restaurant where we're all speaking the same language.
Oh, qui facciamo la tipica pasta sarda, la fregola ai frutti di mare. Utilizziamo la fregola, che è una pasta di semola. Special ingredient.
This is saffron. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, look at you with the oh, so much style. Oh, wow. Oh man, look at that. That color. Yeah. Two sisters from Michigan. Italians.
Our parents are born in Sardinia, and we would go there in the summers. That's where we spent our summers. We love the island. And Sheila and I were stay-at-home moms for 15 years.
Oh, wow.
Honestly, we never, ever pictured ourselves in the restaurant business. We have a love for our island. We have a love for Sardinia. Like, that's our passion. The food, the culture, the lifestyle, the family setting that you have when you're there.
And when we met Andrea, our chef, he felt like our brother or our cousin, and we just really gelled together. Him with the creative side with the menu, and Sheila and I doing the boring stuff in the background with the marketing and the
important
accounting
stuff
and the business plan.
We love this thing of, you know, having fresh ingredients, bringing everything from the field to the table, and it's something that is magic about Sardinia to me. We try to embrace the beautiful simplicity of life.
Sardinia specifically, it's a very unique place.
Absolutely. So Sardinia over thousands of years was invaded by different cultures. So we have a lot of influence from the Middle East. We have a lot of influence from Africa, from Greece. So these different influences that have affected our culture for many years is so diverse.
This is a pecorino, 18 months aged pecorino cheese from Sardinia. Yes.
And what do we do with this?
We will do a tagliolino cacio e pepe with some fresh black truffle shaved on top.
Are we gonna light it on fire?
You wanna light it?
Yes, I'd love to light.
Of course.
I love lighting things on fire. Yes.
Just a little splash.
the smell is fantastic.
Yes, it is.
All right, and here comes the pasta. So this is, everyone, this is Chef Andrea. Look at this.
Vai, vai, vai.
I'm gonna do the, what?
All I'm doing is shaving some truffle on top. Basta così. Di più. Bravo.
Bravo.
Wow, look at that. Give me that right here. Look at
With
this.
the big
This is how they serve it here at Zona Blue. Big forks for big appetites. I gotta try this. I'm not waiting for the, look at this. Oh my God.
Buon appetito.
Oh my God.
It's time for a pick-me-up, and I'm headed to a mammoth-sized roastery that's become a huge hit with the downtown community.
We're about to visit the Pump House Poratorium, where they're making coffee roasting a science.
But this is a natural process coffee from Colombia here that you can even just smell the flavor off of it with the natural process. It brings in a little bit more wininess as they allow the coffee cherry to dry around the cherry or the bean prior to processing it. And it just creates a little bit more intensity to the flavor of the coffee.
That smells a little winey.
Yeah.
How long have you been at this?
So we officially launched our business in April of 2016. My brother was a yacht captain formerly by trade, and
that makes sense. The natural progression from yacht captain to coffee roastery.
Ultimately, my brother started researching into coffee, really understanding between either more of the commodity-driven industry, but also saw that there was this burgeoning specialty coffee industry. That was really where we saw there could be great opportunity for us.
So your brother's a yacht captain. What are you, a train engineer before you get in here? What do you do? Like...
Well, I was following in our parents' footsteps and went to law school and passed the bar and became an attorney.
Whoa.
And so instead of having to either go to trial or stare at contracts, now I get to sling coffee at the West Palm Beach Green Market. We're able to do around 2,000 pounds of coffee per day on this roaster when we're in full production swings. We saw this space. We knew it was a very unique opportunity to bring a roastery, retail, cafe, and training lab all in one to where we can really showcase what our approach to coffee is, as well as bring the sights, smells, and the whole senses of what we do on the production side. And then
dude.
Bobby's got the sweet pour.
Look at this dude. Wow.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. Oh, is that smooth?
Yeah. It's a 50% Honduran wash coffee with a 50% Guatemalan natural coffee. So you know that little wininess that we smelled? You'll taste that on the back end of your sips of that natural coffee shining through in the espresso.
Have you been to Mount's Botanical Garden? No matter when you visit, there's always something new to see and experience.
This is Origami in the Garden. 20 sculptures merging art and nature.
This is Windows on the Floating World, and it couldn't have been a more perfect place to put one of the origami exhibits. We do an exhibit every year, and this year it's Origami in the Garden, which is the largest exhibit we've ever done. And there's 20 larger-than-life sculptures located throughout the garden that are based on paper folding origami designs by master designers throughout the world.
And the connection is the obvious connection that paper, tree, right? Is that what we're trying to do?
Exactly.
Get to back to Earth?
Paper came from plants, and it's an ideal match.
I'm seeing people strolling with little carts behind them. What's happening right now?
Absolutely. Today is one of our 4 seasonal plant sales. We do them in the summer, winter, fall, spring, and we bring in vendors from all over the state that have succulents, orchids, all kinds of butterfly trees. And it's open to come out and not only explore the garden, but find all kinds of unique and rare plants.
It's like a plant farmer's market.
Exactly.
Right?
It kind of winds around. We have 25 different display gardens, And
Is that right?
All
Is that
of them,
many?
25.
Wow.
That all have a different feature. One thing that's really cool here is that most of what you see here in the garden is all things that you can plant here in the South Florida tropical climate.
Oh, smart, right. So anything I can go home and I can purchase
You
it
can
here.
purchase it here and then take it
bring it
home
home.
and plant it here.
So it's like an outdoor museum. That's really cool. Now, if I call up, can I get a tour?
Absolutely. We do group tours. We have all kinds of programming classes, workshops. So we have programming, 30 plus programs happening every month. That's our mission, to inspire and educate through nature. So everything we do is about educating.
Yeah. You're probably wondering where I am. I'm at the Bunker in West Palm Beach, home to one of the most unique and eclectic art collections in the world.
Located inside this vast building is less than 2% of the total artwork from the Beth Rudin DeWoody collection.
Talk to me about the history of this place. How long has this art gallery been here?
We got the building in 2015, and we've been mounting exhibitions since 2017, inviting the public to come and see our big toy box here.
Speaking of toy box, I read, am I wrong, that this used to be a toy factory?
It was a toy factory, originally built in a toy factory in 1924, and was a toy factory until the Second World War, when it switched over to make munitions for the war effort.
Wow.
Switched back after the war to make a toy factory again. Probably was a toy factory to the end of the 70s, went defunct, and became a plethora of things. We do one show a year. We open in early December, and the shows run till May 1st. Then over the summer, the shows are de-installed, and new shows are put up in the fall.
And when you say shows now, this is not open to the public 24 hours, like you're not coming 9 to 5 and just walking through.
We're a semi-private space. Anyone can come. You just have to make a reservation, and we have individuals or groups can come.
So you can take a private tour
We
if you
want people to see it because the more eyes that are put on it, the more educated eyes there are in the world. The work wilts in the crate and thrives on the wall. Out you go. It'll do so much more good.
God, that's a great quote. Is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Wow, that's a great quote. What makes this different in your opinion?
She scours and devours Miss DeWoody.
Yes.
She is a very unique / unconventional collector, and that's what makes it so wonderful. You know, it's a feast for the eyes in here.
It really is, because you've got sculpture, you've got installation, paintings,
photography,
drawings, everything.
Assemblage, you name it, it's here. And we don't privilege anything, meaning the hierarchy of art world, like it has a blue chip artist who'd be next to a blue chip artist. We mix it all high and low. So the library is kind of a Wunderkammer, wonder cabinet, or cabinet of curiosity. So wherever you look, it's kind of intrigue and joy and wonder.
Oh, wow. How cool is this?
Founded in 1982, Sunfest is Florida's largest waterfront music festival. Held annually in downtown West Palm in May, it has more than 85,000 fans rocking and rolling every year. Let's meet the executive director.
Here we are, right on the edge of the water here, where it's like so expansive and open and beautiful, but once a year, people converge from all over the place, and this place becomes a whole other thing. Talk to me about the history of Sunfest.
Sunfest was started 40 years ago by a group of local business people that said, we want to bring something to the community, to bring people from all over for that point, to drive economic impact for downtown West Palm. And they had this vision of creating an event to bring people of all walks of life, all genres, bring them here and celebrate what Palm Beach County has to offer. Sunfest is a 501c nonprofit that was founded by the community, the members of the community, and it's still that way today, 40 years later. And we're, I think, most proud of that, of how it's community-based. The community puts the festival on. There's only 4 of us on staff that do the work.
Wow.
Super small group. It's really the community that makes up the festival.
And it's an eclectic mix of music, right? When we first started, it was jazz?
We started as jazz.
Yeah.
It was jazz focused. We try to program a little bit of everything. We're not trying to be the biggest music festival in the country. We're trying to be the best community-based music festival.
I love that you have headliners, names that you know, and then also local bands.
Correct.
Right? Because if you're a local, you can apply to get on the stage.
We have a Fresh Local Artist Series where we have over 300 applications every year, easily 300 that come in. and those local bands to try to have the chance to perform before a headlining act.
Yeah.
And it's really a great opportunity for them. They love to see their name up against a headliner name like that.
That's the cool part about it, is that you really are, like, you're right here.
Right.
You're right on the water as you're watching your favorite band, which is a cool thing.
You know, we're a community coming together to put this on, but it's for the benefit of our community.
It's time for a sweet treat, and I'm ready to be transported to the south of France.
Let's meet the Maître Boulanger of the Paneterie French Bakery on Clematis Street.
I started cooking, I was like 7, making like simple cakes with my mom and everything. And I went along with it, and I thought about like making it work because I wanted to be able to travel everywhere.
So food is what's brought you here, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because to me, food is moment sharing, is lighting up eyes, and that's why that's my most inclined moments is when people bite my pastries or my food and are like, that gasping moment, that's my favorite part of what I do.
You have a secret to what you do, right? Like, what's your thing? Like,
to do it with love. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
I did wrote it in my mirror in my store, do it with love or don't do it. I mean it in every way of the aspect of my life.
The variety of stuff here is obviously overwhelming because I love sweets.
It's okay, you're gonna be fulfilled.
Now, if I leave your place only having one thing, what's the thing that you would say? It's these, the cream puffs.
Yeah.
That's what you're known for?
I get all my customers addicted to my cream puff, period.
Wow.
Like, it's a promise.
Wow.
I do not doubt it for a second. No.
So once I bite this, I'm forever transformed. That's what's gonna happen?
It's
Wow.
light and fluffy.
Wow. You weren't kidding.
No.
What are you doing different here? What's going on in here?
I will not tell.
Oh my God.
But there is vanilla, there is pastry cream, there is chantilly.
This is unfair.
Absolutely.
This is unfair.
It's been a great time as we've traveled throughout this eclectic city to explore just some of the music, people, food, fun, and culture.
We hope you'll get out and enjoy everything the Palm Beaches has to offer. In the meantime, I'll still be here enjoying this great scenery. See you the next time we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari. Come on. Look at this. Where's my fork?
This program was brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
To appreciate the beauty of a sunrise, you need a clear mind. A mind free from the very things that make you forget such a sight exists. And where better to discover this than the Palm Beaches, where every day can begin just like that. Here in the Palm Beaches, there are countless ways to define paradise. Come discover yours at thepalmbeaches.com. Tune into the Palm Beaches TV and watch at thepalmbeaches.tv.
Those dinner reservations and tea times will have to wait because there's an art-filled paradise beyond these beaches. A mecca of masterpieces, spectacular sights by day and night. A cultural capital that's calling your name. See so much more than you came for in the Palm Beaches.
Can you feel it?
sun-kissed sands embracing the warm Gulf Stream waters. With breeze-filled days and elegant nights, we are the original, the one, the only, the Palm Beaches.
Imagine beasts with zeal and grace, the melodic choruses of a flock. Envision coming face to face with Goliath. Encounter a brave but curious soul. Witness gentle giants coming into sight while you explore their world. Or dive into an underwater collage laden with fascination and zest. From the sea to the sky, immerse yourself in the peace and calm that only nature can provide. Discover the finest wildlife at thepalmbeaches.com.
County. A certified public accountant, forensic auditor, and former member of the Florida House of Representatives, he was appointed Palm Beach County's clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller in August 2025. He leads an office of nearly 650 employees with an annual operating budget of more than $76 million, serving more than 1.5 million residents. With his experience focusing on transparency, fiscal responsibility, and ethics, he brings a unique perspective to the clerk's office. It's our honor to welcome Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller, Palm Beach County's Mike Caruso. Today, we'll talk about his journey, his vision for the office, and what he sees for the future of public service here in Palm Beach County on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back. We're joined on this edition with Clerk and Comptroller Mike Caruso. Clerk Caruso, it's great to have you here in the studio today.
Thank you, Todd. And if I could add one thing to your intro there, I'd add friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that friendship. You've been a great partner in your time in the legislature, and it's really great to have you back home. You know, I know Tallahassee takes you away quite a bit during the course of a year, so it's nice to see you a little bit more often and really digging in to the business of the people here in Palm Beach County.
Absolutely. I tell people I went from a 444-mile commute every week to a 2-mile commute.
Yeah, no,
so it's great to be home.
Yeah, it's a big difference. And you know, you've had a long journey though to this point where you are today in your career. It didn't start off in the legislature. It started off decades before that on the professional side of your career as you began in accounting and you specialized in forensic and tax accounting. So it's sort of full circle that it would bring you back to this position that you're sitting in today as clerk and comptroller. But first off, for our viewers, what initially drew you to that field of accounting and tax forensics, and what did you learn from it that helped guided you through your career?
Okay, we're going back decades.
Yeah,
so I guess let's go way back. My mom always wanted me to be an attorney, so I got to George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And my second day at school, I went to the provost of the university and said, I want to be an attorney, because my mom wants me to be an attorney.
Right.
And what do I need to major in? And he went through all these things, and finally he said accounting. And I went, aha, okay, I'm good at math. I'll be an accounting major. So I declared my accounting major right that day, and marched forward, always thinking I was going to go to law school after. But on graduation day, I told my mom, I'm tired of being broke. I'm going to go get a job at one of the big 8 CPA firms in DC, and that's what I did.
Yeah, and then you thought, oh, a good financial move is going and running for the House of Representatives, probably the least paying job of any that you can possibly imagine in the public sector, and unfortunately so. But you entered the Florida House of Representatives in 2018, serving until 2025. What was that? Was it some bug that got you to say, you know what, I'm going to make this leap from the private sector to the public sector, or was it something else?
Well, I think it goes back to my belief that it's important that we all give back to our community. Yeah. So, you know, when my kids were playing baseball, I got 7 kids, you know that, yeah. And when they were playing ball, I remember they asked all the parents to line up on the first baseline, and they said, anybody that wants to coach, take a step forward. And nobody did. And I stepped forward, and I guess that was my intro into public service. Yeah. And I coached for 30 years, and I did little Cub Scouts for 8 years. So in Delray Beach, right before I ran for this office as a state legislator, I was serving on 4 boards: the Police Advisory Board, the Parking Management Board, just to give back. And so I was asked to run, and one day, and I said yes.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing, like the balance when you think about very successful people that enter public service and you look at their path. I mean, and particularly, you know, being one of my parenting mentors of 7 kids, me, a father of 2, you know, I mean, putting all of those pieces together, you've got to have serious talents and organization to do that. Clearly, the legislature recognized some of the talents when they tapped you to lead a number of different committees that put your skill set to work, in such as auditing and economic infrastructure were some of the areas that you chaired, really close themes to the issues of accountability and transparency, which are super important to you in the role that you're in now. What elements of that work when you're in the legislature related to those areas stood out most to you?
Well, you know, first it was an honor to be, you know, a chairman of any of those committees, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee or the Economic Infrastructure Committee. I'd say the one takeaway from that is that the understanding and true belief that you have to have that we're not dealing with our money. Yeah. This is the public's money, and we need to be we need to be great stewards of those funds, because there's always that woman that has, you know, she lives alone, she's on a fixed income, and her property taxes are $2,000, and she saves every week in order to get that $2,000 by the time November 1st comes around. Yeah. And we need to understand that it's not easy for a lot of people out there. So every dollar we spend, every penny we spend, we need to be conscious of how important it is to those that paid it in.
Yeah, and I know that when you deliberate in the legislature, you know, you're constantly working back and forth across the aisle on those deliberations about accountability for taxpayers' dollars and the like. And because of that, you had the opportunity to build a lot of relationships across the aisle. I mean, you served here in Palm Beach County as chair of our legislative delegation, worked with a very bipartisan group, a majority Democrat, but you were able to rise to that level there too. How were you able to build those kinds of relationships, and how are those types of relationship building skills that you had going to be useful to you in your new world as clerk and comptroller?
Well, that's a great question, Todd. As partisan as Tallahassee is and appears to be, and it actually is partisan,
sure.
I think it's important to look at all the issues we address in Tallahassee at the state level and even here from both sides. And to develop a solution to the problem, you know, from that perspective. And looking at anything from one side is often, you know, half blind in doing so. So that was the approach I took with everything I did in Tallahassee. And most of my bills that I passed started out very controversial.
Right.
In the end, everybody co-sponsored them.
Right.
I passed HB 269.
Yeah.
And it was a hate crimes bill, right. And it was very controversial. But in the end, everybody co-sponsored that bill, and that was important to me.
So, you know, having that experience in Tallahassee, a lot of your colleagues around the state are going to look to you to say, Clerk Caruso, how are you going to help us with some of the issues we have as clerks and comptrollers in Tallahassee? How do you plan to use that experience on a statewide level to help represent your fellow colleagues in the profession?
That's interesting you say that. I just got back last week. I was at the FCCC Association's convention or conference, and you know, all the wants and the ask of Tallahassee, you know, were front and center there. Yeah. And so it was important that those that were being addressed were the past legislators, sure. Like Juan Fernandez Barquin down in Miami, right. Myself here in Palm Beach County, yeah. And what can we do to finally get our needs and wants, you know, passed in Tallahassee. So yeah. I think those relationships we've built over the many years that we were up there, yeah. You know, really help. Juan's going to work it hopefully through the House and the Senate. My job, I'm told, is to get it through the governor's office. So. Yeah. Hopefully the 1-2 will get the job done this year.
Well, no doubt. Smart association to take advantage of great resources like that, and you and Juan, and appreciate you sharing some of your early stages of life and career, and now talking a little bit about the clerk's office. I'm going to pause for just a minute. When we come back, we're going to talk to Clerk and Comptroller Mike Caruso about what his vision is for the new office he's taken on as Clerk and Comptroller of Palm Beach County. This and more on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back to Politically Speaking. I'm Todd Von Lehren, and joining us in the studio is new Clerk and Comptroller of Palm Beach County, Mike Caruso. Clerk Caruso, so I know you were appointed by the governor recently in August of 2025 to serve as Clerk and Comptroller. The phone rings, you pick up. What was your reaction to that call?
That's funny. I remember the moment very, very, very clearly.
Sure.
I was actually sitting by the pool where I live with my wife. I'm reading a book, and I look at my watch and I go, 3 o'clock. I said, you know, honey, I don't think the call's going to come. And she says, you know, it's okay, hon. And I said, yeah, it is. I said, you know, if you know, all the papers at the time said, you know, probably going to be me. But you never know until you know.
Sure.
And until the call comes in. And so at 3 o'clock, I decided, okay, you know, where are we going to travel? Let's plan a vacation.
Yeah.
And we started planning it, and at 3:10, I get the call. Mike, I'm appointing you to be Clerk of Court and Comptroller of Palm Beach County. Well, I'm honored, thank you. Governor, when do I start? And he says, well, you get sworn in at midnight. And I go, well, Governor, when do I start? And he says, midnight. and at midnight, I was being sworn in by Chief Judge Kelly, and my life has changed ever since.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, that's a quick way to be indoctrinated into a brand new job, and you hit the ground running. So what have those first days, weeks, months looked like to you so far?
Well, you know, in the beginning, we was drinking from a fire hose. Sure. There's so many aspects of this position. There's actually 1,000 different duties required of the Clerk of Court and Comptroller, 1,000 constitutional duties. Mm-hmm. And trying to just it's a little overwhelming at first, but fortunately with my background, as we were talking about earlier, in accounting, auditing, that sort of thing, the comptroller side has been that I walked right into, running into, you know, ran, no catching up.
Right.
No learning curve there. The clerk side, it's been a learning curve, but I think I'm starting to get on the trajectory knowing what's going on there.
And you know, for some of the folks in our audience, you know, they might not be as familiar with the roles and responsibilities of you and your office. And it almost seems like it's two different jobs. Clerk functions on one side, on the court side, comptroller on the financial pieces on the other. What do you think are sort of the largest responsibilities of each that you think are important for our public to know exactly that role that you've taken?
Well, Todd, you know, at first it looks like it's two jobs, clerk and comptroller. It's really 8 different jobs. There's clerk, and you run the court system. There's a comptroller, you're in charge of the financials. But then there's guardian of records. And so, you know, we've got to maintain all the civil and the criminal court records for that. We're investments. I'm the chief investor of the county, and we invest all of their reserves, about $6 billion of reserves. Then there's inspector general, there's auditor, there's the accounting firm for the county. We pay all the county's bills, and it goes on and on and on, and it's quite interesting. But yeah, clerk at court and comptroller seem like 2, but it's really 8.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think in government, you know, so many things fall on folks' plates that it just pile it on, all of these different functions. And you've got 650 employees that you oversee, a budget overall that's into the $90 million range when you sort of add everything up. You know, what are some of the top priorities on your mind when you stepped into the role of things that you immediately wanted to set out to do?
Well, let me say, Todd, that at first I've got 650 unbelievable employees.
Yeah, that's great.
Dedicated, excited to come to work every day, intelligent, motivated, and diligent in the jobs that they do. They all cross-train, and so they can take on more than one responsibility at any given time. And you know, with a team like that, it makes my job a lot easier. And then I've got my team leaders, my managers, my division heads, and then my chiefs. And I'm blessed with a great team, and it makes everything run a lot smoother here.
Yeah, and I think the feeling is mutual. I mean, we get the opportunity in the county side to work with your team on so many different issues. And the fact that you've got such high caliber workforce working for you, I think makes the relationship even that much better, more collaborative, flow much easier, and the communication line, you know, is wide open when it comes to that.
Right.
One of the things that I've heard you mention in some of your early conversations and discussions that you've had about the office is wanting to modernize some certain things in it, modernize payment systems, strengthen safeguards against real estate and guardianship fraud. How can you share some of the examples of what you're doing to try to tackle and address those particular issues?
Well, the one issue, modernizing the payment system, right now, under the old administrator, we were working with a manual system where invoices were mailed in, and it went through the different processes of review, and one individual would get it, review it to check it for this or that, compare it to a budget, et cetera, and then it would be handed over in a box to the next, and on till it got to my office and the clerk's office, and we had to input it into a computerized system at that point so we could pay it. It would often take sometimes up to 90 days. So we want to make sure our vendors that are working for our county get paid more timely, and to do that is to modernize the system. And I think the commissioners of the county have insisted or are urging the administrator to let's get that rolling sooner than later.
Yeah, and I think we've already begun some of those collaborative efforts to do it. The administrator is very excited about that, and obviously knows a little bit about the clerk and comptroller's office too, so that certainly is helpful to you in that relationship. You know, one thing we've seen a lot more of too is that a lot of residents, not just here but everywhere, are getting more and more susceptible to these very sophisticated alerts and frauds that are going on. Jury scam texts, traffic ticket scam texts, property fraud, those kinds of things. They continue to increase, and they continue to become more and more challenging for people to navigate through. Are there any things that you might be looking at specific to those areas to try to help out a lot of our very vulnerable citizens that we have sometimes getting those?
Absolutely. And you know, you mentioned those 3, and those are 3 that we deal with in the clerk's office and the comptroller's office. We process ticket payments, driving violation tickets. And there's a scam out there where they call you up and want you to pay. That you don't have to come in, we can take care of it right now, and they say they're from the sheriff's office and let's get it done. Don't do that. We can take care of it for you online. It's just one of those scams. And then the property deeds, everybody knows about the theft of property deeds, sure. which is really on the rise in the last couple of years. And then one was our jury summons.
Sure.
And they try to tell you that you didn't show up for jury and jury duty. There's a warrant out for your arrest, and et cetera. So the way we're attacking it is communication with the public. Right. We're working right now, even today, we're working on 3 public service announcements that we're going to go on TV with to inform people of these and don't get caught by it. And then there's my we have an outreach and communications department. We're constantly throughout the community, throughout the county, meeting with different organizations and communities and one of the things I do while I'm out there speaking is to tell them about the current scams that are going on. Yeah. So I think education of the public, communication, outreach, will beat them. We'll beat the bad guys.
Yeah, and it's a great methodology, and I think that there's, a big need for it, so I'm really excited to hear that you're on top of that, you're ready to tackle those issues. But I know there's a lot more that you want to do in that office in the future. So we're going to pause here, and when we come back, we're going to talk to Clerk and Comptroller Mike Caruso about the future of the office, what things he has in sight. We're also going to talk about a little holiday tradition that I think he's planning on continuing and giving you some insights on that. All these issues and more with Clerk and Comptroller Mike Caruso on this edition of Politically Speaking. Welcome back to Politically Speaking. I'm Todd Von Laren here with Clerk and Comptroller Mike Caruso. Clerk Caruso, I want to take a little bit of a look into the future now. When we talk about some of the real hot issues that are out there, technology, transparency, access for residents, what are some of the things you're thinking about today, 3 years down the line, that you need to start working on to put in place to account for those kinds of things?
Well, I think the biggest thing coming down the road for us is AI.
Yeah.
And we're already implementing it to make our jobs easier, more automated, more transparent. Another thing, automation, IT, technology, it's really changing the face of the clerk's office and the way we do business. If you were to come into our offices 5-10 years ago, you'd be waiting in lines at the numbered windows that we have, whether it's recording or documents or whatever it is. You'd be waiting in these lines for people trying to process paperwork. Now, like e-verification, you want an e-certified document, you can do it online. Yeah. And because of what we're doing there, over 1,000 visits a week are no longer happen because we can do it online. Yeah. 1,000 people driving on the streets to come to the clerk's office every single week, parking, etc. We're cutting that out. So IT, technology, AI, it's all changing the face of the clerk's office.
Yeah, that's a big number. And we're not a shrinking county. We are growing at rapid paces all throughout Palm Beach County. And that's a lot for many government offices to try to keep up with, to look farther down the line, to see where the demand for records, for court services, and financial reporting is going to come in. Is that some of the way that you're looking at how to deal with some of that growth coming down the pike?
Well, it's coming.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at 40,000 new Palm Beach Countyans every single year in the next 5-10 years. Mm-hmm. So I think it's imperative that we we utilize these tools that we have in order to continue the effective, the efficient service that we provide in our offices. You know, if you go back 10 years ago or 5 years ago, we had almost 900 employees in the clerk's office.
Right.
But because of automation and technology, we've been able to scale that back to now we have about 650 clerks, deputy clerks.
You know, Clerk, as we think about local governments, and me with my local government hat on, I always love when we get former legislators that become county officials, because they really get a totally, I think, different perspective on government. Oftentimes I say, oh, I wish more legislators would have spent time locally to really understand the workings, you know, down here. And certainly we're at a time where relations between local governments and state governments have been more contentious than I think they almost ever have been. You know, what do you see as the biggest challenges for government in building some of those bridges between particularly local and state government?
I would say in one word, communication. You know, right now the clerk's office works off of 2008 fee schedule set by the legislature.
Yeah.
2008. We're 17 years later.
Yeah.
When it comes to juror reimbursements from the state, we're dealing at 2015 prices. But we're paying 2025 salaries. And so I think communication to the legislature and letting them know that these are our problems. You know, we've got, fortunately, I served, you know, in the legislature the past 7 years. Juan Fernandez Barquin, I mentioned it earlier, in Miami. Victor Chris from Hillsborough was both in the House and the Senate. Yeah. We all have connections up there. I think it's imperative that we take that burden of communication and make sure that those that need to know in the legislature leadership know the issues that we're facing.